Need advert placements? Coverage for Need advert placements? Coverage for events or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Aneke television. Heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke telivishọn na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkupụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn, bịa ka ezuoro gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke telivishọn yidume. Heu na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mmọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwa mmọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna, ọ dị na soshal midia, ọ dị na mgbagbu, ọ dị n'Enugu steeti, ọ dị na
For today, I am your one and only the sports oracle, bringing you what's happening in the world of sports and how it has been going so far. And this is something I'm doing this morning to start your day with because we have to start our day with exercise. We have to start our day shaking our body. We have to start our day hitting the gym or getting acquainted to things that could just regulate our temperature. The temperature in our body is very alright. And I have this news for you. A lot of them coming from football, and just one or two from transfer news that we've been having. This is January, and of course, it is the transfer season where clubs have to buy. They buy their players from other clubs, and just this exchange of players. There could be loan signings, and there could be also real pricing and real buying of players. And moving on this morning, I'll bring you the very first information, which is not good information. This is coming from Wilfred Ndidi. He lost his dad yesterday. The Super Eagles captain lost his dad yesterday in a road accident in Delta State, and this was something that happened, which is very sad that such a thing happened, and it was just yesterday. Tribute has been pouring in from all football channels. Even NFF has commiserated with him, and his teammates and other people has sent him their own tributes, and assuring him of strength and comfort in this time, in this trial time, and also the burial arrangements and every other thing will be set and will be announced as the back from that short break, and I hope you're still there. We're waiting on hanging on, waiting on the sports oracle to bring you what's happening in the world of sport. Like I told you, Wilfred Ndidi lost the dad yesterday in a motor road accident. We are sending our big commiserations to him, and we are praying that the family finds it strong in this trial time. And of course, like I told you, tributes are sporting and all those things. But we are looking forward to having the official date of the burial arrangement coming along, and it's going to be one of the things that we would not wish, like I said, anyone to have. And I am saying it is a pity, it's a pity. So sorry for your loss, Mr. Wilfred Ndidi. Now, still on the world of sports, but right now we are taking a shift a little from what is happening in Nigeria. We want to go straight to Manchester United because things that are happening in Manchester United are many these days, and I want to bring you how it is happening. That Manchester United on Tuesday announced that Colette Roche has been appointed to a brand new role in the club, and that role is the real role of a chief executive officer of the new stadium development. You know, Roche's role is to lead the club's participation in the Old Trafford regeneration planning to date, and she steps into this position at a pivotal moment following last Friday's official launch of the Old Trafford Development Corporation (OTR) MDC. She's expected to report to Omar Berata, that's United Chief Executive Officer, as she embarks on her new role. Yes, yes, this is something that we could say. This has been underway for months since the new since Sir Jim Ratcliffe took over Manchester United, and he bought some shares from the Glazers family. It has been one of the projects that Manchester United has really, really wanted to go into, which is really taking shape as they have appointed this lady. She's going to see to this and ensure that the project comes to completion. It is not just a revamp of Old Trafford, but building a new Old Trafford. Well, we could call that not an Old Trafford, we could call that a new Trafford because it is a Trafford, and whatever that is from old is cannot come into the new, and that is the plan. We have seen the architectural structures, we have seen the buildings, the designs, and all those things. We've seen it, and we are expecting the best from Manchester United as they carry on with how it is going to be. Now, I want to bring you the news around WAFCON, of course, the West African Falcon Football Federation. This is for women. We're talking about the Super Falcons ahead to Abidjan for a WAFU tournament. Nigeria's Super Falcons will take part in the WAFU B4 Nation tournament as part of their preparations for the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations, which I told you yesterday that is going to take place in Morocco, but this WAFU is going to take place in Cote d'Ivoire, and the Cote d'Ivoire will host the competition from Friday, 27th February to Saturday, 7th of March 2026. And you know, Ghana and Senegal are the two other countries that will be participating in this competition, and also the four countries will also compete at WAFCON, that's um, Women's African Cup of Nations 2026. They will also play the WAFU tourney to prepare for the competition in Morocco. That is the West African, uh, sorry, the Women's AFCON. That's the Women African Cup of Nation 2026 finals, which is going to, that's the tournament I'm talking about, which is going to be from 17th of March to 3rd of April, and it's going to be something that we are looking up to our Super Falcons to do, and that is something we have always expected them to, put into put into consideration. They are going to take this as part of the test for the the West African, sorry, I say West African, the Women's African Cup of Nation, which is coming up in Morocco. Like I told you yesterday, it does not make sense because this Women's African Cup of Nation should have taken place in Zambia. That was the original place it was to be played. But looking at the structures in Morocco, so the Women's African Cup of Nation which just the men just concluded their AFCON of 2025, and it does not really make sense for you to just start pulling down the stadium and trying to do things, just take it away. You just have to just push and let the women also go there and play. And you know that our women have been so great with their playing. We are talking about Super Falcons. They have been so fantastic. They have won this competition 10 times, and if they win this one that is coming, it will be the 11th time, and they have been doing it. So a lot of people have said that is it not better we invest in the women's sports, because especially women, our women's football, are we not having it good? Are we not having it great from this side? But it's something that we're going to look into, and we're going to see as it starts on the said date, that is in February, and it's going to end in March. I'm talking about this WAFU competition for women's AFCON, and then from the next month, that's from March 17th, we're going to have to 3rd April, we're going to have the real women's African Cup of Nations tournament in Morocco, and I'm going to tell you that we are looking forward to see that we could win that match. It is something that we have been looking forward to have, and if we win this, it's going to be a record-breaking time that we've had as a team, as the Super Falcons. Well, I can tell you I'm part of the Super Falcons because I'm part of the winning team. So it does not matter where I am. I'm just a part. I'm just part of it because I'm the sports oracle. So I just have to be part of the winning team, and I bring you what the winning team does, and I show you what they actually have to do to win their game. Now, still talking about sports. Now, I'm going into a little bit of what is happening in the transfer world. Our Nigerian guy, we're talking about Salim Fago. He has been signed to Zech Club Victoria Pleasant, and you know that this guy, he featured in AFCON. He had some time to play. He did not play all the matches, but he had some time to play. He was called up for the AFCON, and he delivered. He played his game. The reason why he was called was just because of his fast pace and versatility, which you know that he went from the Croatian side, that's Aneke Instra 1961, and he has joined in a 3.5 deal. He has joined a 3.5 year deal for the Czech Republic side. We're going to see him make a mark and deliver what it is in the world of football. I'm talking about this guy being someone that when you talk about striking the ball, playing the ball, leading, he is very versatile. That is something that we need to look into, and that is something we need to find out as the day goes by, because we are expecting the best of him playing, and we are expecting the best of what it is going to be. And ahead we go. Nigerian guys are really making it in the waves of not just African football, but all across what is happening in the world of football as a whole. And well, today, as I'm talking to you right now, is the day that we were going to see a lot of transfers going on, a lot of transactions coming here and there. But I want to tell you, and I want to be on that side where Chelsea is going to be. Well, the head coach of Chelsea has come out to say that there is nothing that nobody is touching Cole Palmer, and Cole Palmer is happy to be at Chelsea because there has been rumor of him wanting to go back to Manchester United, that he loves Manchester United and he wants to go back to Manchester United to play. And of course, you know that he passed through the academy at some point, and he was also at Manchester City at some point. So he said that he originally is a Manchester United fan, and would want to go back to his team. And I'm telling you, as a sports oracle, that may not really be the game that we're going to see. But Rosenio has said that this is something that he is looking forward to, and that he is looking at Cole Palmer. That he's looking at Cole Palmer featuring, and that he's untouchable, of course, that he is 100% untouchable. So that means that he is going to feature in the games that are coming up, and we have to play that. We have to put that in. So if you are coming with your offer, you just have to calm down because he's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere, and he is really, really going to play and add to the team's success. Cole Palmer has scored many goals for Chelsea just this season. He has been one in the pole position of leading Chelsea to winning their games. Anytime you see Cole Palmer in the game, you know that he's not just shouting, he's not just doing anything. He always would have that cold finishing. He always would have that cold finishing, and Cole Palmer has been sensational. That is something that we all need to understand. That Cole Palmer, anything he finds himself, he will be amazing, and he will play amazing team. He will play an amazing game, and we are expecting to know what happened in the coming days. Well, this is general transfer, and a lot of things that happen in the transfer world, and also what is happening there is that Chelsea has also talked about this guy that looks that he was abound. I'm talking about Romeo Lava. Chelsea's head coach has also come out to say that Romeo Lava will be given chance to play, to feature in his game. That he is really good, going to do well, that he will be given some time to play. I really believe in this Chelsea's coach because this guy looks very serious, and he looks like someone that has some great um, great game play and other things. I really would want to see him succeed at Chelsea, and I would really want to play him as a sports oracle. I want to bring him to Aneke Sports so that we can talk about how he was able to move from Strasbourg to Chelsea. Well, I'm just going to tell you this as a tip. Do you know that one of the biggest shock we've had in the world of football so far is that uh, his name, Vincent Company, the former Manchester City defender, went from Burnley, from being a bunny at Burnley. He went from being a bunny at Burnley to being a masterclass, world class coach in Bayern Munich. He has been performing so well, and that is something that we have not even seen coming. So many people have been asking that question. Have been asking me as a sports oracle, can I tell them how this guy went from Burnley to Bayern Munich? He went from B to B. Well, you know what I'm talking about. He went from the basics to the best, and his time as Burnley. He was sacked. He could not achieve anything. But as I'm talking to you right now, he's becoming a sensation. He's becoming a sensation. I'm talking about Bayern Munich, the head coach of Bayern Munich. That's Vincent Company. Now he is a sensation, and I'm going to tell you that he is someone who has delivered a lot of masterclass, and we're going to see what comes around as he takes Bayern Munich to the next level. And I just want to tell you, moving on from Bayern Munich news, I just gave you that as a tip, as just a side note, because we all are wondering what really happened. How did he go from there to there? And you know that a lot of people are not, a lot of coaches, if you don't succeed, if you're sacked, you just have to go home. But that confidence, that trust that was given to him to coach that big team like Bayern Munich, well, we have not seen that. We did not see that coming, and we will not. I'm not sure we're going to see it again in the world of football. Thank you very much for that. We're not going to see that again in the world of football. Now, moving on from that, we are talking about Tammy Abraham. Tammy Abraham, I'm talking about transfers and the rumors around transfer, but this is not a rumor. This is not even a tumor because it has been operated, and it is true that Tammy Abraham is back to the Premier League. He earlier played for Chelsea, and his time at Chelsea was not so great. He had to score just few goals, but he went all the way back to Italy, playing for Roma, playing for the other team. Now he's back to Aston Villa. He's back to Premier League. We are going to have the Tammy Abraham of Premier League back to the Premier League where he started his game, where he started out. And of course, Aston Villa has been pushing themselves to become one of the best teams in the Premier League, just being the number 3 on the Premier League table. They have really been doing a lot to ensure that Arsenal would not win that trophy because they are just like a bug sulking on the pies of the children. Well, I'm telling you that Aston Villa, they are ready to make the mark this time around, and we're going to see what it is going to be like. We're going to see what it's be like. I want to bring you shortly how it is going to happen in the world of Champions League today. Today's Champions League, and I'm just going to leave all the story aside to bring you how it's going to happen in the world of Champions League. And I'm going to give you the predictions and the matches we are expecting. All the matches are going to be played on the same time, and I'm talking about this night. We're going to have Manchester City versus Galatasaray, and that should be the star match of the night because we are having our very own Victor Osimhen playing against the best of the Manchester City guys. And we're also looking at Juventus versus Monaco. We are looking at Napoli versus Chelsea. That will be the star match too. We're seeing PSG versus Newcastle. Newcastle will not escape this because Newcastle is going to chop some some beef this night. We're also seeing PSV that's in Dovin. We are seeing them also playing against Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich. We're seeing Union HG playing against Atalanta. We're also seeing Leverkusen playing against Villarreal, and we're going to see Frankfurt play against Tottenham Club Brugge, play against Marseille, Real Madrid play against Benfica, and Barcelona against Copenhagen, Borussia Dortmund against Inter, Bodo Glimt against Atletico Madrid at away, Atletico Club playing against Sporting CP, and Arsenal playing against Karamati. Ajax are going to play against Olympiacos. Now, I want to tell you that tonight's Champions League scores are going to be crazy. We're going to have a lot of away people scoring more goals. We're going to have a lot of away people scoring more goals, and we're also going to have home people winning. Most of the home guys are going to win. I'm talking about Barcelona is going to win, but Copenhagen is going to score goals, or Copenhagen may not score any goal, but Barcelona is going to win by the margin of 2-3. Looking at how their performance so far, we're talking about Ajax too. Ajax will struggle with Olympiacos because Ajax they are trying to build a depth in their squad, and they have been doing well so far. But we're going to see the best of Ajax tonight, playing against the Copenhagen, and also Arsenal. Arsenal looking very balanced, even though they lost to Manchester United just the other day. But we're going to see that Arsenal are rising, and Arsenal is topping the Champions League table right now, and Arsenal is going to show the Kairat Almighty, who is the Almighty, because Arsenal is the Almighty. Arsenal will give these guys 3-1 or 3-0 because Arsenal currently needs some depth to fix in their team. And going down to Barcelona, I've told you guys about Barcelona. Then Benfica versus Real Madrid. Real Madrid is away. Real Madrid is going to score up to 3 goals. Mbappe is going to score, and this night Rodrigo is going to score. I'm telling you the people that is going to score. Mbappe is going to score. Rodrigo is going to score. Tomorrow when I come, we're going to talk about these games, and also Newcastle, PSG. Newcastle may not have it easy because it's going to be a home game for PSG, and PSG, they really know how to play in their home. You can't let Akraf Hakimi take you on a journey without hacking you. That's hacking me. You get it? If you don't get it, forget about it. Whereas I'm talking about Galatasaray versus Manchester City, and that's where I'm going to anchor it tonight. Sorry, this morning, because he's going to anchor tonight in the sports game that Galatasaray, they are going to play Manchester City. And we are expecting Manchester City to score many goals. We're expecting Jeremy Doku to try and score today. He has really done well. We're expecting Erling Haaland to also register. Well, but we're expecting more of goals, scoring game this evening. And when we come tomorrow, I'm going to tell you the score will be 3-1, 3-2, or 4-1, 4-2. It's going to be a goal scoring game because Osimhen is going to score 2 goals. Oh no, Osimhen is going to score maybe more goals this night. All right, thank you very much for hanging on with me here on Aneke's TV Sports. I am your one and only sports oracle. Thanking you for watching and for following on and for seeing how it's going. I will see you same time, same station tomorrow. We're going to look into these matches and talk about what really went on tonight. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful morning. Bye.
Sports build disciplines, teamwork, and strength. From football fields to basketball courts, sports teach focus and resilience. Support sports. They keep youth engaged, healthy, and off dangerous paths. Every champion started with a single game.
Ndibo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit with Ohaneze and Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service, it is remembrance, it is survival, it is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit, lift your voice, give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Wakba. Glad to have you join us. And now moving over to the headlines. President Bola Tinubu continues official visit to Turkey after minor incident. Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo to meet market leaders tomorrow. National grid restored following second system collapse in days. And on business, states given 30-day deadline to publish contract details. And now the news in details. The presidency has dismissed concerns about President Bola Tinubu's health after a viral video showed him briefly losing balance during an official reception in Ankara, Turkey. Special Advisor on Media and Publicity, Sunday Dare, said the president remains hale and hearty and has continued full participation in his state visits. Presidential spokesman Bayo Nanuga described the moment as a minor stumble caused by an uneven surface, explaining that the president stepped on a metal object and quickly regained balance without injury. He urged the public to ignore what he called exaggerated interpretations of the incident. President Tinubu proceeded with his scheduled engagements, including bilateral talks with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, focused on defense cooperation, energy partnership, and trade expansion. The visit formed part of Nigeria's broader diplomatic drive to strengthen economic and security alliances. Meanwhile, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has pledged his country's support for Nigeria's fight against terrorism. He gave the assurance during a joint press conference with President Bola Tinubu in Ankara. Mr. Erdogan said Nigeria is taking firm steps to confront insecurity and that Turkey stands ready to deepen collaboration in military training and intelligence sharing. He noted that terrorist activities in Africa's Sahel region remain a serious threat to region's stability. Nigerian officials also met with leading Turkish defense industry firms during the visit. Both sides expressed optimism that ongoing discussion will translate into practical defense, cooperation and improved security capacity for Nigeria. In the meantime, President Bola Tinubu has called on Nigerians to uphold religious tolerance as a foundation for national security and development. The president made the appeal at the 4th International Conference of the Center for Islamic Civilization and Interfaith Dialogue at Bayero University, Kano. Represented by the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, the President stressed that mutual respect among citizens of different faiths is essential for peace and national progress. He cautioned against narratives suggesting that religious freedom is under threat in the country. The President also paid tribute to late Islamic scholar Sheikh Mahmoud Abubakar Gumi, describing him as a former reformer who promoted unity and national cohesion. He said interfaith dialogue remains a key strategy in countering extremism and strengthening social harmony. The federal government has confirmed the restoration of the national power grid following a voltage disturbance that disrupted electricity supply in parts of the country. The Nigeria Independent System Operator said the incident occurred at about 10:48 a.m. and originated from the Gombe transmission substation. The disturbance reportedly cascaded through the network, affecting major substations including Jeba, Kanji, and Ayede, and led to the tripping of several generation units and transmission lines. Officials described the event as a partial system collapse. Engineers began recovery efforts shortly after the incident and supply was gradually restored. Authorities say the grid is now fully operational, though concerns persist over the recurring strain on the nation's power infrastructure. Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has summoned market chairmen and secretaries across the state for a meeting at the International Convention Center in Awka. The move follows tension linked to the closure of major markets and enforcement actions against illegal sit-at-home orders. The state government said the meeting is aimed at restoring economic stability and addressing the impact of repeated market shutdowns. Attendance has been declared mandatory for leaders of the Anambra State Markets Amalgamated Traders Association. Officials say the state is losing significant revenue due to disruptions in commercial activities. The government maintains that dialogue remains the preferred path to resolving the crisis while ensuring public order and safety. The Rivers State government has denied reports that Governor Similayo Fubara ordered the removal of President Bola Tinubu's portrait from the government house. The Ministry of Information described the allegation as misleading and unfounded. Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Onokurusi Rawu, said there is no policy or intention to disrespect the presidency. He stated that the state government maintains a cooperative relationship with the federal government. The Permanent Secretary ordered the public to disregard the claims, noting that the governor remains focused on governance and collaboration with federal authorities for the benefit of Rivers residents. The Chief Judge of Niger State, Justice Halima Abdul Malik, has barred police officers without law degrees from prosecuting cases in magistrate and Sharia courts. The directive enforces provision of the Administration of Criminal Justice Law and Police Act 2020. The State Attorney Nasir Muzu The Chief Judge of State, Justice Halima Abdul Malik, has barred police officers without law degrees from prosecuting cases in magistrate and Sharia courts. The directive enforces provisions of the Administration of Criminal Justice Law and the Police Act 2020. The State Attorney General Nasir Mozu said stakeholders had earlier been given notice to prepare for the transition to professionally qualified prosecutors. The move is intended to improve the quality of legal representation in the courts. However, the Nigerian Bar Association in Mina has expressed concern over possible case backlogs due to a shortage of qualified prosecutors. The Ministry of Justice says efforts are on the way to deploy state counsel to key judicial divisions. Authorities in Kogi State have announced a temporary suspension of church services in some suburban areas of Okehi local government area due to rising insecurity. The directive was issued by the local government chairman. Officials say the measure is precautionary and aimed at protecting lives and property, particularly in locations considered vulnerable to attacks. Religious leaders in the affected areas have been invited to a security meeting. The council says services will resume once adequate safety arrangements are in place. Residents have been ordered to cooperate with security agencies during the period of restriction. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has launched a relief program for residents of Makoko affected by recent demolitions. The enforcement targeted structures built close to high-tension power lines and critical infrastructure. The governor said the exercise was necessary to prevent potential disasters, but acknowledged the hardship faced by displaced residents. The relief package includes food items, financial support, and temporary location assistance. State officials say the intervention is being coordinated with local authorities to ensure transparency. The government also pledged continued engagement with community leaders on safety and resettlement concerns. President Bola Tinubu has asked the Senate to consider a bill seeking to amend the Court of Appeal Act to increase the number of justices from 70 to 110. The request was conveyed in a letter read during plenary. The president said the proposal is designed to strengthen the capacity and efficiency of the appellate court in response to rising caseloads. He noted that the reforms align with constitutional provisions and current demands within the justice sector. The bill also proposes changes to the ranking of justices and introduce measures to modernize appellate proceedings through technology. Lawmakers are expected to deliberate on the request in due course. Enugu State Governor Peter Mbah has commissioned a new digital court building as part of efforts to improve justice delivery. The project was inaugurated during the activities marking the commencement of the 2025-2026 legal year of the state judiciary. Represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidiebere Onya, the governor said the facility is equipped with modern digital tools to enhance court proceedings. He added that the initiative complements existing judicial and financial autonomy in the state. Chief Judge of Enugu State, Justice Raymond Ozemena, said the judiciary has embarked on comprehensive reforms to improve case management and service delivery. The Attorney General also highlighted ongoing digital innovations, including electronic filing and virtual hearing systems. The Enugu State Police Command has arraigned a 41-year-old man, Chijikem Ugwanyi, over alleged cyberbullying and defamatory publication targeting the Secretary to the State Government. The defendant was brought before a magistrate court in Enugu. Police say investigations revealed that the suspect allegedly made a social media post falsely attributing a statement to the SSG and using his photograph. Authorities say the defendant could not provide evidence to support the claim. The court ordered that he be remanded in a correctional facility while the case file has been forwarded to the Directorate of Public Prosecution for legal advice. Police have warned social media users against the spread of defamatory and harmful content online. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Bola Tinubu continues official visit to Turkey after minor incidents. Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo to meet market leaders tomorrow. And coming up shortly, national grid restored following the second system collapse in days, and in business, states given 30-day deadline to publish contract details. We'll be right back.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert. Report danger. Support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
News. Sudan's armed forces say they have broken a year-long siege on the key South Kordofan city of Al-Dalanji, reopening the main access road after intense fighting with the Rapid Support Forces (RSF). The military described the operation as a strategic breakthrough in efforts to regain control of conflict-hit areas. Residents, however, report severe devastation following months of bombardment and blockade. Survivors who fled the city described extreme hunger, lack of medical supplies, and widespread destruction of homes and infrastructure, which aid groups warning famine conditions may have already taken hold. The United Nations says more than 225,000 people have been displaced from South Kordofan since October, with many civilians facing danger while attempting to escape. Humanitarian agencies warn that despite the lifting of the siege, recovery will be slow as insecurity and the threat of renewed attacks persists. Gabonese President Brice Oligui Nguema is facing mounting pressure as labor strikes spread across key public sectors less than a year after his election victory that followed the 2023 military takeover. What began as teachers' strike over prolonged wage freeze is now extending to other sectors, including health and public broadcasting. Union leaders accuse the government of failing to fulfill promises to improve living standards and lift salary restrictions affecting civil servants. Tensions escalated after the temporary detention of two strike leaders, a move critics say heightened fears among workers despite government assurance of dialogue. Analysts say the unrest is testing the new administration's reform credentials as citizens demand visible economic relief. Negotiations have resumed following the release of union figures, but observers warn that prolonged strikes could deepen instability if grievances remain unresolved. A French court has sentenced former Senator Joël Guerrero to 4 years in prison, with 18 months to be served in custody, after convicting him of drugging a fellow lawmaker with intent to commit sexual assault. The case stems from a 2023 incident involving Member of Parliament Sandrine Josso. The court heard that Josso fled Guerrero's residence after feeling unwell, later testing positive for MDMA. Prosecutors presented evidence including online searches linked to drug-facilitated assault, which they argued showed intent rather than accidents. Josso described the ruling as a relief and has since become an advocate for victims' drug-related abuse. Guerrero's legal team says he will appeal the verdict, which comes amid wider debates in France over consent and chemical submission crimes. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has condemned a deadly drone strike on a passenger train in Kharkiv region, calling it an act of terrorism. Local authorities say at least 4 people were killed and several others are missing after a carriage was struck and set ablaze. The attack was part of a broader wave of drone strikes that also hit the southern city of Odessa, where residential buildings were damaged and casualties reported. Emergency crews continue search and rescue operations amid freezing winter conditions. The escalation comes despite ongoing diplomatic efforts aimed at de-escalating the conflict. Ukrainian officials say the strikes targeted civilian infrastructure, while international mediators continue to push for renewed negotiations. A major landslide has forced the evacuation of more than 1,500 residents in the Sicilian town of Nisemi after heavy storms triggered ground collapse. Authorities say parts of the hillside have given way, leading buildings and roads at risk. Italy's Civil Protection Agency confirmed the landslide remains active, with emergency teams monitoring for the movement. Drone footage shows homes and vehicles precariously close to the edge of the affected zone. The Italian government has declared a state of emergency across several southern regions. Officials warn that some properties may be permanently unhabitable as climate-related extreme weather increases the risk of landslide and flooding. Families of 2 Trinidadian nationals killed in U.S. military maritime strike have filed a lawsuit in a federal court in Boston, alleging unlawful use of force. The incident occurred off the coast of Venezuela during anti-drug operations. Relatives argue the victims were civilians not involved in criminal activity, insisting they should have been detained and prosecuted if suspected of wrongdoing. The case was filed under the Death on the High Seas Act. The Pentagon maintains its operations target transnational criminal networks, but the lawsuit adds to growing scrutiny over the legality of such strikes. Human rights bodies are also reviewing similar complaints from other affected families. And now in business news, state governments have been given a 30-day deadline to publish contract award details in the education and primary healthcare sectors under the World Bank-supported Hope Governor program.
compliance is now tied directly to access the performance-based funding, states must also publish simplified citizens' budget reports and project locations by the end of February 2026. Independent verification agents will audit the disclosures to ensure accuracy and adherence to open contracting standards. The program further requires biometric capture and bank verification number linkage for at least 80% of workers in the targeted sectors. The measure aims at to eliminate ghost workers and improve accountability in public spending. The aviation unions have rejected the federal government's concession of Akani Biami International Airport, Enugu, citing lack of transparency and inadequate labor consultation. The unions say workers' job security was not clearly protected in the agreement. Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo has defended the process, assuring that staff remain employees of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria. He described the concession as the outcome of a long-term reform plan. Union leaders have placed workers nationwide on alert, warning of possible industrial action if their concerns are not addressed. Talks are expected as tensions rise within the sector. And moving over to sports, the father of Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi has died following a road accident in Delta State. Family sources say he passed away after being taken to hospital for emergency treatments. The Nigerian Football Federation and Ndidi's club have sent condolences, describing the loss as deeply painful. Teammates and supporters have also expressed solidarity with the midfielder. Burial arrangements are expected to be announced by the family as tributes continue from across the football community. The Confederation of African Football is reviewing regulations that could ban goalkeeper towels from pitch areas after incidents at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. Officials say the towels were used in ways that disrupted matches. The issue gained attention during knockout games where disputes arose involving match officials and players over towel placements. CAF says the matter affects match control and sportsmanship. A decision is expected after consultation with referees and competition organizers as CAF seeks to prevent similar controversies in future tournaments. Chess club Victoria Pizze has signed Nigerian forward Salim Fago Lawal in a record transfer deal from Croatian side Aneke Eastern 1961. The 23-year-old joins on a 3.5-year contract. Club officials say Lawal's pace and versatility makes him a key addition as the team competes domestically and in Europe. He recently featured for Nigeria at the African Cup of Nations. The move marks a significant step in the striker's career as he aims to establish himself in European football and strengthen his role with the national team. And now to the world of entertainment. Actor Kule Remi has sparked debate after criticizing how Nigeria was portrayed during a recent visit by an international content creator. In social media posts, he expressed concerns over the country's global image. Remi argued that the visit highlighted negative aspects of urban life while overlooking Nigeria's cultural heritage. His comments have drawn reactions online. The discussion has since widened to issues of national branding and how digital media shapes global perceptions of African cities. Still on entertainment, popular TikTok creator Habib Hamzat, known as Pella, has announced he is putting his university education on hold shortly after gaining admission to study law. He cited difficulty balancing lectures with content creation. In a voice message shared online, he said the academic schedule conflicted with his earning opportunities as a digital influencer. The decision surprised followers who recently celebrated his admission. Pella says he may return to school later, but for now plans to focus fully on his online career. The announcement has triggered debates about education and opportunities in the digital economy. And finally, before we go, on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu is continuing his official visit to Turkey following a minor slip incident that did not affect his scheduled diplomatic engagements. The presidency said the visit remains focused on strengthening bilateral relations, trade cooperation, defense partnerships, and cultural exchange between Nigeria and Turkey. In Anambra State, Governor Soludo Chukwuma is set to hold a strategic meeting with market leaders on Thursday. The engagement is expected to address issues of market reforms, revenue structure, security, and improved sanitation across the major commercial hubs in the state as part of ongoing efforts to modernize trading environments. Meanwhile, the national electricity grid has been restored after experiencing a second system collapse within days. Power authorities say supply is being gradually stabilized across the country while investigations continue into the causes of the disruption and measures to prevent future occurrence. And in business, state governments across the Federation have been given a 30-day deadline to publish details of public contracts. The directive is aimed at promoting transparency, accountability, and improved public access to procurement information in line with open governance and fiscal responsibility standards. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching.
Religious leaders in Enugu have called for spiritual renewal, unity and a return to God as preparations intensify for the forthcoming Igbo Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. The call was made during a joint news conference by prominent Christian clerics from various denominations who described the event as a sacred moment for healing, reflection and collective redirection for the Igbo people. Archbishop Sostenes Eze of Enugu Ecclesiastical Province and Bishop of Enugu North Diocese, Anglican Communion, said the Day of Adoration represents an opportunity for deep reflection, reconciliation and renewed faith in God's purpose. Archbishop Eze reflected on repeated ordeals faced by the Igbo people across the country, noting that survival in the face of adversity is itself evidence of divine favor.
Because of God's deliverance from the terrible civil war that started in 1967 and ended in 1970. Having come out of that war since 1970, the Igbo nation as a body has never agreed together to bless God, because that war, as we all know, was planned to exterminate the Igbo race completely. The Ohaneze Igbo and the church fathers last week, Thursday, proclaimed that every last Saturday of every January, the whole Igbo race globally, wherever they are, in Nigeria and outside Nigeria, and in particular within the boundaries of the Igbo race, should take that day as a day of thanking God, just worshiping God. And so this gathering is not a political movement. No, it's a completely religious movement, a Christian movement. A gratitude for what God did for the Igbo man. We drew our inspiration by the grace of God through what God did for Noah in Genesis chapter 9. After the whole world was wiped away, only few animals remained. Noah, as soon as he came out from the ship, offered genuine sacrifice and worship unto God for saving his life and the life of his family. And so the church fathers felt very strong that this is a godly principle. Why praise and worship? Why adore God? We know that not only the war that took place, since even after the war, there have been deliberate attempts at several occasions and at different times and locations. The Igbo man have been denied his rights, being oppressed, properties destroyed. If there is trouble outside the country, their property will be the first to be destroyed. And despite all these oppressions and destructions and denials, God has kept them waxing strong. And we felt that instead of all of the things that human beings do, in gratitude to God for keeping us continually, that there was need to worship. We also believe that if as a race that we come together to worship God, it will improve our unity. It will improve our direction and purpose and our love for one another and love for humanity.
Outlining the program for the day, Archbishop Eze said church services would hold simultaneously across Igbo communities worldwide.
Every church should gather at 9 a.m. in every local church all over the Igbo race. Apart from this press conference, we have gone ahead to engage town criers in communities to announce and public address systems on top of vehicles to make announcements across communities and streets in all in the whole of the Igbo communities in Nigeria.
Bishop Obi Onugbogu of Rock Family Church, Enugu, and the former chairman of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, Enugu State, reflected on the painful memories of the Nigerian Civil War. He noted that while the scars of the past remain, the Day of Adoration provides a solemn opportunity for healing, forgiveness, and a collective return to moral and spiritual values capable of rebuilding society. Bishop Obi Onugbogu said he personally witnessed the horrors of the war in his 20s and understands the urgency of collective thanksgiving. He described the day as one chosen deliberately for gratitude rather than bitterness, stressing that the Igbo people survived solely by God's mercy.
The day we are about to celebrate next Saturday, it's not for politics. You better note that. It is not for argument. And I hope we all understand that. It is going to be declared, as these fathers of faith have said, and the rest that are working with us, as a day of gratitude, a day of thanksgiving. For we did not survive by our strength, neither did we survive by our wisdom. We survived by the mercies of God, as quoted. It's a miracle that I'm here. I'm not supposed to be here. What I survived, I cannot even think about it. I survived air raids. I survived strafing. I survived terrible snake bite. Because when we were running from the air raid, we entered a ditch, so-called bunker, where was a crowd of wild snakes ready to bite us. We were faced with go to the snakes or go and perish with the bombs. And God, the God that we serve and that we worship and we thank, made it possible for us to survive. That's my story. And even though I may remember what happened, like hunger, like displacement, like loss of property, loss of human beings, but we here choose thanksgiving over bitterness. We are not bitter. We only want to thank God. And we ask people to join us.
Emeritus Archbishop Amos Madu of Oji River Diocese described the initiative as long overdue, saying it provides an opportunity for Ndi Igbo to acknowledge God's omnipotence and faithfulness.
That there is a nation called Igbo people today. It's a miracle of its own. When you think about or contemplate what happened, it was only God who made it possible for them to survive. The Igbo nation missed the blessing of God after the Civil War. because the Igbo people, our fathers then, those who survived the war, could not show gratitude to God. So, after many years of suffering, God laid it upon the hearts of his people that something must be done, that something was responsible for the Igbo dilemma. And what was it? That the Igbo people, the Igbo nation, owe God a great depth of gratitude. What is it? It simply means the Igbo nation failed to thank God for delivering them. And then they made a proclamation that now we have realized that we offended God, that we forgot God, that we owe God a great debt of gratitude. We are now ready to do something about it. So this is a great opportunity for Ndi Bonele to come together to say thank you to God for saving the Igbo nation.
Adding his voice, Professor Ezichi Anya Ituma, moderator of the Presbyterian Church, Enugu Synod, emphasized that the program transcends denominational boundaries. He described it as a unifying spiritual platform for Christians of Igbo extraction to pray collectively for the land, its leaders, and future generations.
What we are saying is that the Igbo race, as Igbo people, were masculated and ready to be exterminated. We should all come together. It is very important. Some of us may have made our thanksgivings individually to God, even families. But the Igbo nation should come together because none of us was isolated. All of us were inside the same boat of extinction. We should come together and appreciate God. And that is what the Igbo fathers of faith are saying. And that is also what the Ohanese is saying. Now, if we come together, there are two things that we should expect. One is appreciation to God and bringing God closer to us to hear our prayers. And then two, when we come together, it enables us to see ourselves as one. Beyond God blessing us, we ourselves should see ourselves as one. Whether you are from Anambra, whether from you are Eka, whether from you are from Eka, whether Manioma, River State, wherever even in across River State, wherever you find yourself, so long as you are an Igbo, we are one. You realize that when Igbo people begin to come together, wherever they find themselves, it will enhance respect, value for ourselves, love for ourselves. And we're also going to use this time to remember all our fallen heroes and brothers. So we are saying the Igbo race, oh God, a collective, not by language, collective thanksgiving. And that is what we are doing.
In a closing remark, Most Reverend Barrister Christopher Ede, Archbishop of Enugu Archdiocese, Methodist Church, Nigeria, represented by Very Reverend C.C. Ojike, urged Ndi Igbo to value the exercise, noting that the spiritual benefits of collective thanksgiving are immeasurable.
Jehovah, may your name be glorified. In the mighty name of Jesus we pray.
The clerics jointly called on Christians, traditional rulers, community leaders, and youths to participate actively, stressing that genuine spiritual revival is vital for social transformation, ethical leadership, and sustainable development. The Igbo Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving is scheduled for Saturday, January 31st. Other church leaders, including retired and serving archbishops and bishops from various denominations, described the initiative as long overdue. They said it offers an avenue to deepen the Igbo people's relationship with God while fostering unity and shared identity. Jennifer Onibu, Aneke TV.
And thank you for joining us today on Sunrise. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness and joy. And of course, bringing you today's delightfulness or today's episode of Sunrise, I am Deborah Wakaba, joy coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, making breakfast at home, at your desk, or in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and it's Wednesday, 28th January 2026. And of course, we've got a power packed morning for you today here on Sunrise, where we've got our latest story, what's trending, and of course, that special sunrise vibe to help us begin our day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, enjoy the cruise because the sunrise is set sail.
Yes, and on Sunrise today, we'll be starting things off with our quote of the day with words that thoughtful, words that inspiring, words that offer insight to whatever we do to help us stay well focused, stay well driven, and also be motivated.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news update that you need to remain informed will be shared, debated, hot, and tested.
Yeah, and after that, we'll be giving you our full weather report for today, covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you'd know what to expect before stepping out, or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing to you the man of many parts, the sports oracle, the mental mechanic, the commissioner of plenty enjoyments, and our business news updates to keep you smiling.
Alright, now let's move over to our morning show inspiration segment, to our quote of the day. Our quote of today is coming from a well-known author by name Chino Achebe, and in his quote he says, "One can always begin again, even at the 11th hour." I'm going to take that quote again, coming from Chino Achebe, that says, "One can always begin again, even at the 11th hour." Now, what this quote is speaking about hope, is speaking about resilience, and also second chances. And also, when Achebe is saying that, what he's saying is that it is never truly late to start over. No matter how far things have gone wrong, how much time seems to be wasted, or how close you are to failure. And the 11th hour means that at the very last moment, you still have the power, you still have the second chance, you still have the opportunity to always start again. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your thoughts on this quote.
All right. Thanks to Chino Achebe for always reminding us that though we're human, we are and we have the capacity to always make amend and excel irrespective of circumstances. And here he's telling us, yes, that we can always begin again. And I tell you that one of the greatest fear that human being encounter is the fear of failure. And a number of times we give up easily. Do remember that the other day I was citing Mike Adenuga, and this morning this very quote takes me to some part of the histories of Mike Adenuga, speaking to business wise. But this morning, when I look at this quote, Chino Achebe is telling us, yet no matter how we've kissed failure, no matter how close we are to deadline, that you can always start anew. You can start afresh. And you do remember that we're always about telling people that yes, we've made New Year resolutions when we are in this new part of 2026. We are just getting close to end January, the first month in a 12 calendar month. So you have all the time you have. No matter how many times you failed in previous year, no matter how many years you failed in January already, Chinua Achebe is telling you that this morning you can start afresh. You can start anew. And when I talk about Mike Adenuga, remember that story about Mike Adenuga when he was into oil exploration and they sunk billions of dollars into that exploration that nearly failed. They were unable to strike oil, and that many days of exploration and interest were mounting per minute, per hour, per day. And at the verge of bankruptcy, no oil being discovered, and he was just about to call it quits. The mother said, "It's time to call it quits. Count your losses." But he kept on. At the 11th hour, what happened? That same exploration paid off. Today we know Mike Adenuga, we know his exploits in the oil industry, about corn oil. So when you look at individuals like this, you can start again. I've listened to Dangote, a number of times, yes, talking about near failures or even where they failed, but they didn't stop at it. And when I talk about Dangote, there's one brand of them. You look at the Dangote noodles, right?
Yeah.
Is one of their products that seriously have challenges making incursion into the market. But what have they done? They are not giving up. Even at the last minute, they commit to market research. They are working round the clock to see that yes, that this very product, is in the market, is in the faces of customers. So this morning, no matter the failure though is not an option, but remember that failure is a stepping stone to success.
Yeah.
And what Chinua Achebe is telling us this morning, that there is no excuse. It doesn't matter how many times that we failed. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter how the world is watching you or rating you. You can start afresh. You can start anew. And that reminds me, a lot of times we'll cite age as an example. And Chinua Achebe is telling us that even if at the 11th hour, you don't give up. You can start again. So this morning, there's no excuse. You can start again from where you are. Is it as a business person in the marketplace? And it seems that over time, you've made a lot of effort and you failed at it. I tell you this morning, you can rise up and go one more time. That's what Chinua Achebe is telling us. You don't give up. It's only those who give up that fail. But those who never give up keep stepping on that step called failure to excel, which is why when you look at about Einstein, you look about their discoveries and everything. Look at Ford. They tell you about the many times they failed, but each time they failed, what happens? They discover something new.
Yeah.
If people, gave up in the field of medicine, we won't have the breakthroughs that we have today.
No.
We've seen areas where men like Carson, didn't give up. They went at it, even when failure, was staring them in the face.
Yeah.
They succeeded. That way we had our first separation of co-joint twins. So there are breakthroughs that are born out of men who never give up. Men who won, they can always begin again, who believe, yes, there's always opportunity. So this morning, wherever you are listening to us, we are telling you here on Sunrise, yes, you can begin again. It doesn't matter if the world has written you off. You can take one more step. You can go at it again. And that is what Chinua Achebe is telling us. Speaking to hope, speaking to resilience.
Yeah.
And Chinua Achebe, that's one good thing with him. When you listen to it, when you read his work, things fall apart or no longer at ease. He has these very characters that almost, stares failure in the face, but they never give up. They still go at it one more time.
Ahead, yeah.
So let's take a cue from Chinua Achebe this morning and know that success could be at that 11th hour, at
Yes.
the end of the tunnel. The light is never off. You may meet light at the end of the tunnel, despite the comic aspect of it when they say, who will now go and keep the light at the end of the tunnel, one not at the beginning of the tunnel. No.
Yeah.
We'll tell you this morning, there is still a chance.
Yes.
You can make it. Just take another go at it. It's
Yeah.
possible.
All right, thank you very much. Like you rightfully said, we can bring it to the aspect of age just being a number, because everybody has their own time and season. So it doesn't matter your age, it doesn't matter what you're going through, but just at the 11th hour, you will definitely make it. And also, if you keep on being resilient, and as long as you are alive and you are aware, you can make decisions at any time of your life. And also, Achebe, who is known for exploring struggle, who is known for exploring our identity, is also telling us that redemption and renewal are always possible in any area of our life. And also, while you're still being persistent, while you're still struggling, always keep in mind that sunrise is a place where we grow, is a place or a platform where we learn something new and simply stay more present in whatever we do. So please let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on our social media platform across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, Facebook, or Aneke TV. And now up next will be our weather report.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in Southeast today.
Beginning with Orca, expect a warm, partly cloudy start to the day with plenty of sunshine mixing with a few clouds. There's very little chance of rain, so your plan should go on with minimal interruption. Temperatures will rise to around the low 30 degrees Celsius, which is a typical warm January weather here.
And over to Enugu, the core city will enjoy sunny to partly cloudy skies with high temperatures in the low 30 degrees Celsius. Rain? Not likely today, so enjoy the sunshine.
And in Abakaliki, the sun's out to play in Abakaliki, which is sunny and partly cloudy skies that will prevail while temperatures climb into the mid 30 degrees Celsius. Perfect for outdoor breakfast or quick jog with little worry of rain.
And good morning, Imo State. Welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri's forecast brings mostly cloudy to partly cloudy skies, with a slight possibility of light showers later in the day. Temperatures still feel warm, which is typical tropical vibes for the region.
And in Umahia, more specific data in Umahia, it is the weather patterns this season typically mirror those of Owerri and Enugu, warm, mostly dry and partly cloudy skies, and generally favorable conditions for your day.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more news updates. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose fault is God. I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops in one spirit with Ohaneze and Igbo have set aside the last Saturday.
Now we're taking a look at our major newspaper for today from The Punch, Vanguard, Daily Trust, and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning is Mr. Res Arum. Mr. Res, how is it this morning?
I'm good.
You seem well rested, ready
well,
for
which,
Nigeria, because you told me always, and you did tell me that Nigeria is treating you.
Well, we
when you talk about rest, is it about sleep? Well, whichever way, we always know that the moment night falls, you go to sleep. Whether you're sleeping or, thinking, it's dependent on you.
Okay.
That's a period of rest.
Okay. But let me ask, either sleep or half awake. I hope you enjoyed the light and you slept with light as well.
Well, the light has been always going on and off in Nigeria or in my area.
All right. It's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise. And with us again this morning is Mr. Goodhope Chukuma, the sports oracle, the mental mechanic, the commissioner of plenty enjoyment. Mr. Goodhope, it's a pleasure to have you here on Sunrise.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Yes. And hope you rested well. And how is Nigeria treating you?
Well, fair enough. We are alive and we are thankful for Nigeria and everything that has come our way.
All right. It's always good to be thankful.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, and you're welcome once again. Now moving over to our newspapers for today, starting from the Punch headline, where the major headline reads, Investigation uncovers colonel who plotted Tinubu's ouster. And on the Vanguard paper, the major headline there says, Federal government, northern leaders, lawyers defer on amnesty for terrorists. And in the Daily Trust paper, the headline there says, Nigeria, Turkey sign pact on counter-terrorism. And on the Guardian headline says ADC hosts opposition show of force. Unity push ahead of 2027. And now to the Daily Trust paper that says Nigeria and Turkey sign pact on counter-terrorism. From international relations, Nigeria and Turkey have sealed a significant counter-terrorism pact during President Tinubu's official visit to Ankara. The leaders signed a suite of agreements covering military cooperation, intelligence sharing, security training, and broader diplomatic and economic collaboration. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan reaffirmed Ankara's support in Nigeria's fight against terrorism as both nations pledge deeper security ties and joint cooperation on defense and trade initiatives. Mr. Uche, I'd like to know your thoughts.
All right. It's quite encouraging to see that Nigeria is making moves, going into agreement with other nations, especially given that Turkey is known, for example, for the production of the UAV, the drones, and their experience over time in regarding issues around security challenges and insurgents and all that. Though personally, I may have, doubts as to why the choice of Turkey, but it's better to move forward than be stagnant, given the security issues that we are facing as a nation. But permit me to bring rest into the conversation as well, Mr. Rest. Yes, Nigeria has signed fresh security agreements with Turkey to help it in fighting, against insecurity. And the term this agreement, is called defense agreement. It's called Protocol on Military Cooperation. And I ask you to get your insight on this very agreement with Turkey. And like me, do you agree that the choice of Turkey is a very good one, moving forward?
Okay, you already said you're skeptical anyway about the choice of Turkey for defense cooperation and agreement. But all the same, Turkey is better than Nigeria in terms of technology, in terms of defense and all that. But that goes to now sum up the speech or the idea by a northern sheikh who said Nigeria should have gone to Turkey, places like Turkey and Pakistan, to seek for defense agreements and not to the United States. You see, somebody had earlier, tried to, speak negatively about the cooperation with the United States. Now Nigeria has got to Turkey finally, which means the person who made that statement should be clapping at this time, should be happy that the choice of Turkey has been taken. All the same, like I said, Nigeria and Turkey are not the same. They are collaborating based on intelligence, defense, based on the presence of insurgency in Nigeria. Well, you already mentioned that the Turkey as a country is technologically okay in terms of provision of drones. So I think they'll probably help us in the training and supply of such ammunition to decimate the insurgency in Nigeria. Because you see, there's banditry, but Turkey too had its own share of terrorism, which they have been fighting. And until most recently, they started signing agreement on how to curb that. You know that. So I hope that the bilateral agreement will be able to help Nigeria to stem the tide of terrorism and banditry in the country. So their relationship will flourish. And I also acknowledge that the Nigerian government has been working from slumber, sort of. Their diplomatic policies are beginning to be more robust than it were, given the insurgency situation in the country. They are now beginning to collaborate with other countries to ensure that they beef up security in Nigeria. Well, I think that is good. It's a robust policy if it is well, implemented, well guided, well implemented, and then dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Because when you are doing an agreement with another nation on diplomatic level, you must have to be very careful. You must have to involve super diplomats to think about your conditions, the pros and cons, and what you are going to gain from such a bilateral relationship. It's not just only that of security. I think they have many others they did while in that presidential visit by the president of Nigeria.
Yes. Like you did mention, we heard President Rogan did say that they hope Nigeria will draw from their experience in combating insurgencies and terrorism. And part of the agreements reached were, understanding covering cooperation in diaspora policy, media communication, higher education, halal accreditation, military cooperation, and cooperation with diplomatic academies. And both sides also adopted a joint declaration establishing Joint Economic and Trade Committee, named JETCO. But Mr. Rex, yes, you did mention that there are people who advise that Nigeria should rather, go into security cooperation with the likes of Turkey and Pakistan. Pakistan, I have serious aspiration on the state of Pakistan when it comes to terrorism and insurgency. Though, yeah, they may be a very veritable, military nation, especially when it comes to ground troop operation. But speaking to the issue of Turkey this morning, part of the accusation against Turkey over time is their relationship with ISIS, especially when it comes the part they played, especially a prominent part they played in seeing that Assad was removed, opening their borders. They were so liberal to facilitate, the ISIS to have access to move oil freely in their borders during this era, to hasten of the removal of Assad. And that in mind, I ask, don't you think that this very agreement with Turkey should be questioned and scrutinized further?
And that is exactly why I say that Nigeria government must be very careful. That is why I said about dotting of I's and crossing the T's, ensuring, because if a nation has an alliance with the Islamic State group, which is adjudged a terrorist organization in worldwide, Nigeria should be be very careful because the Islamic State group are part of the terrorist group that are operating in Nigeria. So, is it not double standard? How do you reconcile that? Will they begin to have Turkey as helping them in ensuring that terrorist organizations do not thrive in Nigeria, while Turkey on their own has some affinity with a group that is a terrorist organization? And we have not seen so much of Turkey's intolerance of such thing by the ISIS group. So I wonder where that is going to lead us to. But all the same, that's why I said that Nigeria must be careful. We must look at the policy, with some careful look and analyze the pros and cons and what they intend to achieve, what the bilateral relationship with the country will bring to Nigeria in the area of security as mentioned. So Nigeria must be careful.
We've spoken about Turkey as a global leader in UAV drone technology, and I want to ask, how do you see this part, to help change in the way Nigeria monitors around Lake Chad basins and the Sahel region?
If we're able to, that is why we have always talked about involvement of the latest technologies in information gathering and monitoring. You see, if you have these drones and you have them, they are not manned by anybody, so these things can go get you every information you need, and the movements of certain persons, if there are groups that are not needed in an area, you'll see it. And the activities of the people, the farmers and so on, and how they are faring. So if you have such technology, that technology will be able to help Nigeria to know exactly when things are going wrong. If you know when things are going wrong, then, and on the spot, you'll be able to move quickly to stall what is going wrong. And if things are moving well, it is monitored, already know. So drone technology is something that, of course, every nation needs now. And Nigeria has been far behind. Militarily, the groundwork militarily, Nigeria does well. That's why they have fared well in the peacekeeping missions that have gone across the world. But in terms of technology, we had the DIC, Defense Industrial Corporation, that we had established to be able to begin to manufacture some of these little light weapons. But I have not seen wonderful, products coming out from there. But at this stage, we are supposed to be seeing such things as drones or near drones coming out from such, and then we'll be thinking that we will advance with that. And of course, I've not seen arms manufacturing organizations in Nigeria. Licenses for the manufacture of arms, organizations to come in to do it. They are in various other countries doing that as a business independently in cooperation with the defense organization of such countries.
All right. Again, before I let you go on this very issue, we are speaking to this agreement that we reached, and in area of technology, technology is usually a simple buyer-seller relationship. And while I listened to, President Erogan, speak to this agreement, he said that they've in Ankara, review their options for closer cooperation in military training and intelligence during talks with President Tinubu. And I am asking you this morning, I didn't hear anywhere they mention training Nigerian personnel to be able to manage this very equipment in terms of maintaining the equipment that we would acquire from Turkey as a result of this very agreement. There's no specific area for training and retraining of our personnel to maintain and be able to manufacture the drone, being that Turkey is a leader in this aspect. So I asked this morning, don't you think that Nigeria, diplomatically fell short in this very agreement?
No, I do not. I do not think we are fell short because they have already set up a committee. It is the committee that will now, do the nitty-gritty of implementation of the bilateral relations. The committee will be able to say how the trainings will be done, what they'll be trained for, and what will happen to that. So I cannot conclude presently that they did not talk about the training and how they'll be trained and who will do what and how they will do their things and all that. These things are the nitty-gritty of that agreement. And until the committee sits, that is where you begin to see the nitty-gritty. And it's a committee, it's a joint committee, including Nigerians. And Nigerian representatives will always know exactly what they want and how to go for it. That is why, this committee will be able to expand on what they have agreed.
All right. Then finally, do you think that this whole agreement that will go into the United States is there today is Turkey, and there's been other agreements with other nations? Do you see this yielding, very veritable results in terms of combating insurgency in Nigeria?
If well handled, it will certainly yield a good result. But if it is sabotage, like many other things in Nigeria, then it will happen the same way, and that will be the Nigerian factor.
Thank you very much for that. Now moving over to our next paper coming from the Punch newspaper, where the headline says, investigation uncovers colonel who plotted to oust President Tinubu. A shake-up in national security as a fresh interim investigation has revealed that a 7th Army colonel is at the center of an alleged plot to overthrow President Bola Tinubu's government. The covert network of military officers reportedly coordinated plans targeting the president, vice president, ministers, and key installations before it was uncovered by security agencies. Arrests are ongoing and authorities say further actions are expected as the probe continues.
Alright, Mr. Rex, there are issues that have been unraveled here. And this very headline was in the news yesterday, speaking to the issue around the queue in Nigeria. As you know, the Nigerian independence celebration was, cancelled, from the parade that we usually herald such occasion. It was called off, and when we questioned, we were told that that there were fears, that there was an attempted coup or a planned coup, which the intelligence network has uncovered. But the then, Directorate of Military Information came out to tell us that, yeah, there were disciplinary issues, internal to the military. But today, the military has come out categorically to tell us that some individuals who were arrested, about 16 of them, were arrested and they have been investigated. And today we are told, yes, that this investigation has yielded results in terms that some of these officers that were arrested are culpable to what they now term to be, the military carefully refused to use the word coup, but an attempt to overthrow the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But I ask you this morning, one thing is that, yes, we've been in denial, but today we're seeing that there was an intent to overthrow the government, going by the result, the reports available to us. And I'm asking you this morning, what's your view on these issues generally before we begin to, question the identity of individual and how they arrived at this conclusive evidence?
What is Q? It's about overthrowing of leadership. That is also mutiny, rising against the leadership. So whether the word Q was used.
Sorry to continue. But why do you think that, in communication, they are very careful not to, raise the word Q? So that when they talk about overthrow of government, they are speaking to Q. But why is that they are so careful? If we look at the communication coming from October to date, the military hierarchy and defense information is careful how they frame the word.
Even before when they came out in October, when an online newspaper reported about an overthrow, of course they used the word coup. The military, the defense headquarters, the military denied any such thing like that. Instead, they placated you with the fact that it was an internal disciplinary thing that resulted in the arrest of certain military officers. They denied it. And of course, we are beginning to see such denial in other things that affect this country. When about 177 persons were kidnapped in Kaduna just last week, of course, the government, the local government chairman, the commissioner of police in Kaduna all denied it until the inspector general of police came out to say it is real. So I wonder why these things are being done in Nigeria. Initially, people will not be able to authenticate what has happened. But then, today, the people who reported that story have been vindicated that there was an overthrow, there was overthrow scare in Nigeria, which resulted in the celebration, the October 1st celebration, being styled. So, well, Nigeria has not been really working well. They told us the colonel is at the center point of that, and that colonel have been failing, or there's been problem about his elevation. That is, moving over to the next rank. He's been disenchanted about the goings on the military. Maybe he's been, somebody sabotaging his promotion, or that he may not have been passing his promotion naturally. But the fact that that colonel, according to reports, said he was disenchanted, and as such, he began to, woo some other persons who are also in the disenchanted group in the army. And maybe the level of investigation we have now, because his name has not been mentioned, and other people who may be, because the initial report then said some civilians were involved. But because of the way the military, responded, we've even forgotten about the civilians that were involved in that scare. But presently, we are talking about army, from captain to brigadier general rank. We are all involved in that takeover scare. So, well, the government of the day must be very careful on the way they are governing. If the military begins to be disenchanted about governance, democratic governance, we have seen what happened in some West African sub-region, and of course some other parts of Africa, because Congo area is not in West Africa, where you have these coup scares and takeover of military. Even the Sao Tome and Principe most recently, the military had to take over, and so on and so forth. The Benin coup, the military would have taken over if not for the intervention of Nigeria, and so on. So, if democratic governance is not running the way it ought to be, people will be disenchanted. And one must be careful about how to handle security issues in Nigeria.
Alright, yes, we have to be careful indeed, but I want to draw your attention to, the happenings around security issues in Nigeria, especially when we take a cue from history. We've seen in this country in 1997 where there were alleged coup plotters who were tried. Some of them were given life sentences. You remember the case of General Ladipo Dia, who was then the next in command to Abacha, that was arrested. Till then, he pleads innocence. And equally, we saw the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, was incarcerated and I think sentenced to a life imprisonment his sentence was converted to life imprisonment and was moved from to various prisons to Jos in Plateau State and moved around until later he was, pardoned and came out to vie as the presidential candidate of the PDP in 1999 and then won the election. But I want to ask, given such scares in the past where we had issues of alleged coup, where there are no conclusive evidence about such incidents happening because the various individuals involved keep pleading their innocence to date, and we don't have any very holistic information, though the military has promised that they would make their investigation available to the public. Is there cause to be worried when we are being told that there is an alleged coup in Nigeria, especially given that the way Nigerian military formation has been spread, across the various regions, which each formation with the capacity to, stop any coup attempt in the country?
Okay, when you talk about the coup in 1997, for instance, when Abacha was president or commander-in-chief of the armed forces, you remember that the Abacha administration was a military dictatorship. And the way he even came in was through a palace coup. The NS Shonikon Provisional Ruling Council, and he just gently asked the man to just leave Asorok and run, and he took over from him. So it was a military thing, military dictatorship that could be framing up because he felt that these other people were disenchanted the way he dispossessed the then Neshoricon leadership. So he could have framed those who were not happy with the way he did. He could have done that. There are no serious evidence as to whether coup was actually planned. Is it the former presidents and former this, former that were involved in the coup? And if Oladipo Otia was involved in a coup, was he going to be president when already they said they should give it to a civilian? So because he's from the Yoruba extraction and Abacha toppled the Yoruba leader, so Obasanjo, a former military head of state, was also appointed. And you remember, Yaradua, maybe you forgot that Yaradua died in that circumstance. They said people were poisoned and they were going to also do the same. In fact, during the Oputa panel, they said Ngige, who was the medical chief, is supposed to have given his own tea, giving the tea to to give the tea to Basanjo, and so on. So these were the miracles of Basanjo continues to share as a testimony how he survived, and that exactly resulted in when Obasanjo became president. He actually wanted to compensate the Yaradua family. You remember that Yaradua had several promotions to become the second in command of Obasanjo. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Shehu. Shehu Yaradua. I'm not talking about the former president that died. The elder brother. He was promoted to become the 2IC to Obasanjo after Murtala Mohammed was killed. And Obasanjo was not even in Nigeria when he came back, and they said he's the highest officer in the military. He has to take over, and of course he did. They now did a double or triple promotion, and so when he became president, when he was going to leave, he felt he owed the Yaraduas because They, they had earlier worked together. He owed them that, and then he started supporting the younger brother who was then the governor of Katsina State, and they made him president. Well, may his soul rest in peace. He died midway into that. So there are speculations that those people may have been framed up by the military dictator then way back in 1997. Unlike presently, where we have a democratic government.
You mentioned Shawira Adua, it brings me to my next question. Given the fact that we've seen most, African states tilting back towards the military. We saw the coup in Madagascar and the training of military leadership in Madagascar, Guinea-Bissau, we have in Burkina Faso, we have in Mali, there is in charge, and there's an attempt in Benin Republic that Nigeria foiled. Leading me to ask, the effort and the people that paid with blood for the democracy that we enjoy today. What should we be speaking to our leaders, politicians? Because a lot of them, when you talk about the disgruntled soldier, one may argue that it is the activities of the the leadership, the politicians that would encourage military incursion, into politics or leadership. So what do we need to talk to our leaders, as to regards, to deter military from incursion into leadership or politics?
Okay, you see, we have always said that the African leaders, especially democratic leaders, are failing in their responsibility to lead their countries well. That is why the African countries, they have resources that could make their countries grow into a very beautiful society where their people will be happy, have jobs and all that. Yet these things are not done. You find that these leaders, through democratic means, come into power and begin to take those things to themselves. If you think about how much money that's been realized from oil since the 60s in Nigeria till today, if you give it to any other country in the Western world, in fact, they would have even started building in the moon. So you now ask yourself, where did all these monies go to? These monies have been enough to give us electricity, is enough to give us technological advancement through steel plants, and of course steel plants that could begin to supply half of the world with steel technology. This money is enough to develop our technologies and train our manpower in such a way that, in fact, we become a first world. But the question is, where are these monies? Who takes them? How? And what did they do with these monies? They stash away these monies to foreign banks, and these monies are being used by these banks to develop their own areas because they have sufficient fund to give to investors who need fund. You don't even keep the monies here because it will be traced and so on. So it is about bad governance. That is why these soldiers are disgruntled. And beyond that, these soldiers are soldiers whose lives are online for the countries. Yet, what belongs to them, they do not get. That is exactly why, of course, you may not blame some of these disgruntled soldiers, because when they look at the way things are going, it becomes disheartening, and they'll be compelled to begin to toe the path of doing the wrong things.
Thank you very much for that.
Now to our next paper for today, coming from the Vanguard paper, where the headline says federal government, northern leaders, lawyers differ on amnesty for terrorists. In today's leading legal and political drama, debate intensifies over whether terrorists should be granted amnesty. The federal government, northern leaders, and legal experts are divided, with lawyers and many stakeholders arguing that amnesty for terrorists is unconstitutional, as terrorism is defined as a federal crime under national law. Some leaders say incentives might help restore peace, but many others warn that amnesty could undermine justice and embolden criminality.
Alright, Mr. Riz, we've spoken eloquently against, what the Castilla state governor, you know, governor rather tried to do by releasing back 70 insurgents who have held arms against the Nigerian state, though one may say they were arrested and then under the domain of the Castina state, authority. But giving, even making more worrisome is the comments, credited to Mr. Kamaruddin Ogundele from the office of the AGF, where he said that governors have constitutional powers to grant pardon if terrorists were prosecuted by respective states. It becomes more worrisome, and that leads me to why I am asking you, why is it that Nigeria doesn't have a unified front on how we are dealing with these issues of insurgency? We are seeing where the federal government, is hastening efforts, to persecute those who are kept in detention, as a result of insurgents and terrorist acts, and then we see the subnational trying to negotiate in what they said is a move to ensure peace to release 70 individuals who are known, terrorists, bandits, who have had arms. Now, I ask again, is it not time we have a harmonious, unified, approach to curbing insurgency in Nigeria?
Okay, let me start from the fact that the state uh, that is trying, Katsina State that is trying to release about 70 members of insurgent group, uh, just yesterday or a few days back, was also attacked by terrorists. Even when they said or they claimed that releasing these people is to ensure peace between them and the terrorists. About 50 women were taken and 2 persons were killed. I'm talking about what is happening now. And now one begins to now question the rationale, question the rightfulness of such a peace accord between the state and the terrorist. You say, when you begin to talk about the law, the position of the law, yes, the governor has right to, grant pardon, yes, but not pardon of a terrorist. The federal government pardoned some people. The federal government pardoned some people last year, and they became tongue-lashed, and they withdrew some of the pardons that were given because they see the pardon as being unjustified. So the justification for the release of the terrorists, that is exactly what the federal government and some northern group and others are querying. So they see it as a compromise. You are compromising the activities of terrorist group. We are talking about crime here. We are talking about crime here. Why do we have to, go down, degenerate from the sublime to the ridiculous level in issues that has to do with terrorism? Why? What is the rationale upon which the state will, leave 70%? And even with that agreement they already reached, the terrorists are still attacking, which shows that the terrorists are not ready to back up, even when you release all of them. If you release all of them, they are not ready to back up. They will still go against that agreement. That shows that these are criminals. How can a criminal be truthful and obey agreements?
Let's move on from that to other issues. On yesterday, we did mention the case of Anambra governor, sealing Onitsha market for 1 week over sit-at-home order. He ordered security to lock down the massive Onitsha main market for 1 week. And you know that the Onitsha market is said to be one of the biggest markets in West Africa. And as a result of this lockdown, the state, is estimated to be losing about 8 billion naira, or the economy, Southeast economy will be losing about 8 billion naira from the closure of the Onitsha market on Mondays as a result of sit at home. And reacting to that, we've seen traders at the Onitsha main market, Anambra State, on Tuesday stage a protest against the 1 week closure of the market, protesting against that. And then I ask, this issue of sit at home, at one part, yes, we informed that the governor has called for negotiation. At one part, we'll see a sit at home order that has crippled the economy of Southeast, though most governors have gone ahead to find measures of closure, in the sense that, for example, in Enugu State, nobody speaks to a sit at home, and perhaps again in Abia State, but in Onitsha, Anambra State is being, overwhelmingly observed, leading the governor to take that action. Well, Mr. Rice, I want to ask, is that not, using a sledgehammer on a fly?
No, you see, the problem is that Anambra's case on the issue of sit-at-home has had its own peculiarities. That's exactly why Soludo, when he came back, could not, approach that matter headlong because of the special situation in Anambra within the time he assumed office as the governor of Anambra State. But be it as it may, after the Udogachi, establishment of Udogachi, and after seeing that the problems of unknown gunmen in the area have been curbed to a reasonable minimum, he now came in to now say we have to stop this sit at home, because the sit at home on its own has been crippling the economy. If you talk about how much money that is lost, man hours lost in the sit at home, the government workers don't go to work or sit at home. The market traders don't go to shops and all that. So that situation has really told on the economy of Anambra State. It is not so in Enugu, because immediately Governor Mbah assumed office. In fact, he started headlong, fighting. Of course, the menace of a non-government was very heavy on him. Even some of his personal filling stations were burnt and all that. There was a serious attack on the government of Enugu State. But at the end of the day, the market, the protest in the market resulted in the killing of one person. But at the end of the day, Enugu people are now happy for the fact that Mbah really attacked that problem. You see, if you are doing one same thing every day, and you end up getting just the same result, then it is a better thing that the doer of such thing should change tactics. If the idea of sitting at home is possibly to achieve the release of Nnamdi Kanu by the IPOB, and you are not getting results, you think about alternative measures, or what can we do to secure the release of Kanu, and not just doing things that is inimical to your own development. You find out that a lot multinational companies situated in the southeast had left. Some went over to Asaba, some went to Akwa Ibom, and so the nearby states in the southeast. And the workers
employed persons from the extraction of the Southeasterners, they all lost their jobs, and so on and so forth. So much money has been lost, so much development has been lost, even the taxation by these companies that are paid into the different governments where they are situated, not gotten, and so on and so forth. So we lost so much, and today, uh, Soludo decided to take a bold step after being able to calm down the unknown government that has been very rampant. Activities have been very rampant in Anambra State. Then he now decided that you can now go to market, you won't be attacked and all that, because he has set up some security outfits that will meet up with. That was exactly what happened to Enugu case. So the moment Mba set up even cameras everywhere and all that, and clearing, and then we had the forest guard, we had, and so on and so forth. So they had to do that. Today, Soludo is now calling on a meeting anyway because of the protest. So as to, but I think he should have done that. He should have held a town hall meeting where they will talk on that issue before he will begin to execute it.
Sorry. Finally, before I free you on the issue, there are a lot of individuals, human rights groups who have cited the action of the governor as being arbitrary and infringe on citizens' economic freedom. They describe it as being punitive and a violation of traders' fundamental rights.
Yes, if you look at the books or the law books, you will, yes, see a breach of the fundamental rights of the persons. For instance, I have a business and I don't want to go to my business. It's not upon government to force me to go to my business. It will be upon government to warn me, to make me feel good. And how will they do that? You begin to institute the security operatives to ensure that if you come out, nothing will happen to you. You even begin to give them some ideas, promotional ideas and all that. This is the way such things are done. It's not by force. If I do not want to go to work, I will lose my job, is it not?
Sure.
And that is just me. And the moment I feel hungry, then I will know that I have done something wrong to myself. So these traders are people who are working for themselves. So, but governments on their own, think about the revenues they would have gotten for that say one day, because there are revenues they are supposed to have gotten. So what they will do is to enforce their revenues. When they come on Monday, the workers, the traders who did not come to market on Monday should equally pay them their normal revenues for Monday, and that's all. But not to close down the market. If I say I don't want to do my welding work, if I'm a welder, I don't know why somebody should punish me for that. The important thing is that I pay my required tax to government, and that's all. So that is the only way you have problem with the government. You won't have a problem with the government that you said you're not going to do your work unless you're working for the government. Yes, I want to talk about those who are employed by the government institutions. Of course, they are working for government, and government can sanction them if they do not come to work. That is where their fundamental rights are not being infringed on. But in a situation, private individuals who are on their own, you infringe on fundamental rights if you begin to take punitive measures on them for not, taking care of their business. Somebody will say in Igbo language, do you defecate for other individuals? Is it not when that person feels like defecating that you go to do that? So when you want to eat, do you feed them? Did they put their, the fufu balls through their nose? No, they put it through their mouth and they do it alone. It's not you who does it for them. So it is their fundamental right to do whatever thing that pleases them according to the dictates of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended.
All right. And we generally call on the Governor Shukuma Soludo, to look into these issues and to bringing all the stakeholders together, let them have a conversation around these issues so that this will be resolved without further escalation. But when one look at the numbers in terms of monetary loss to the government or to Anambra State, estimated to about 18 billion naira, accumulating in the 19.6 billion naira that is total to be lost across southeast region as a result of sit at home. So we encourage dialogue and for us to find a way to resolve this issue. Perhaps we will have to engage on more orientation if an unelected government or organization can, get the people to observe a sit at home. Perhaps government need to do more in terms of reorientation as to why they would need to, abandon the sit at home. And like you quietly pointed out, that this method, if it has not worked, it's time to adopt a more comprehensive approach, perhaps that will lead to the government at the national level to listen, to the call for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now this is a wrap on today's newspaper review on Sunrise. Please don't forget that you can grab your physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the paper online for more further information. And up next is our sports update.
All right, thank you very much. It's time for sports here on Sunrise, and we are looking at Champions League today. But before I talk about the Champions League, indeed, Wilfred, the Super Eagles captain, lost his dad yesterday in Delta State. And if you look at what happened, it was an accident. It was through an accident, and a lot of tributes, commiserations, and heartfelt messages have been sent across by his by the Super Eagles, by NFF, and other of his teammates all across the football world, and wishing him that he recovers and that the family is comforted. It is a difficult time, of course, for the family, and looking at what it is currently, we are going to have the details of the burial and the ceremonies which are going to follow suit for him to be laid to rest. And Wilfred Ndidi, he plays for Besiktas. He has been linked or offered to Manchester United, and I don't know how this will be for him and what it is going to be like. Well, still on what is happening across the globe on news, especially in the world of sports, we're talking about today is the Champions League day, and it's one of the days where it is a power-packed Champions League night we're going to have. Manchester City is going to play Galatasaray, and Arsenal is playing today too. Arsenal is topping the league on the Champions League. They are the top on the eighth man team that we're talking about. Arsenal, Bayern Munich, and Real Madrid. They are the first three in the league. But let's see the fixtures and what it's going to be like tonight in the Champions League. I told you that Manchester City is going to play Galatasaray, and that's one of the matches we are looking up to tonight, because Galatasaray Osimhen is going to face one of the best teams in the world. We're going to see whether Osimhen, after scoring his 50th goal for Galatasaray, as he was the first to do it the same way Erling Haaland was able to do his, to score 100 goals in 111 Premier League appearances. Now, looking at the fixtures tonight, every match is by 9 p.m. So there's no match that has different time zone. It's just the same time, and it has to be seen. Ajax is going to play Olympiacos. Arsenal is going to play Kairat Almaty. And I'm still talking about what is happening down the matches. We're talking about Paris Saint-Germain playing against Newcastle. This is going to be one of the star matches we're going to have because of how it is going, because of the showdown and how Bayern has really, PSG has really fared so far. We're going to see Newcastle play their best, but at the end of the day, PSG could win. Newcastle could also score some goals, and we're going to see what happens at the end of it. Thank you very much, and this is what we could offer in the sports wrap here on Sunrise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those in-depth insight into what is happening in the world of sports, and we wish the soul of the father of the player a peaceful repose. May so gentle soul rest in peace. Right. And that continues to speak to the sorry state of the Nigerian roads when we heard that was as a result of an road accident. Yeah, right? Road accident. So it's quite unfortunate that the other time was Anthony Joshua and his friends. Today is Ndidi, Ndidi's father involved. And that caused a lot of attention for us to upgrade our road and for our drivers to be very careful when we are on the road as well. But be that as it may, we wish his soul a peaceful repose. And moving over to the Nigerian business update, starting with the Nigerian stock market. Yesterday, Tuesday, January 27, 2026, the Nigerian stock market ended the season on a positive note, rebounding from a relatively flat start to the week. The benchmark all-share index (ASI) rose by 0.12%, closing at 165,713.82 points, while the total market capitalization increased approximately to 106.1 trillion. We look at the market summary by the number of deals. The total deals were 41,471, and the volume traded was 483.04 million shares, valued at 17.35 billion naira. And when we look at the market breadth, we see that it's positive, being that we have 33 gainers versus 26 losers, and leading the market by gains is in real estate and financial service sectors. We see Union Homes closing the market yesterday at 86.25 naira, 25 kobo, please. Closing at the positive 9.94% change. We see Score Nigeria closing trading yesterday at 28 naira 75 kobo, equally making a positive plus 9.94% adjustment. We see Deep Capital Management closing trading yesterday at 8 naira 63 kobo, making a plus 9.94 positive adjustment. They are followed by Morrison Industries, which closed trading yesterday at 9 naira 9 kobo, making equally a plus 9.92 positive adjustment. And the fifth on that list is RT Briscoe, which closed his book yesterday at 7 naira 22 kobo, equally on the plus 9.89 positive adjustment. And when we look at the losers, we'll see that they are led primarily by industrial and insurance sector, leading by Austin Lars and Company, which closed its books yesterday at 4 naira 34 kobo, equally making a negative minus 9.96% adjustment. They are followed by Nimet International Pharmaceuticals, which closed this book yesterday at 10 naira 80 kobo, making a minus 9.62% negative adjustment. They are followed by Prestige Assurance, which closed trading yesterday at 1 naira 76 kobo, making a minus 7.37 negative adjustment. We are seeing Africa Prudential closing trading yesterday at 14 naira 70 kobo in the negative of 6.96%. And the fifth on that list is Veritas Capital Assurance, which closed its book yesterday at 1 naira 90 kobo, making a minus 6.86% negative adjustment. RSS Holdings was the most traded stock by volume, with 26.5 million units of shares exchanging hands. And looking at the Naira performance as of yesterday, we see that the Nigerian Naira showed signs of moderate recovery across major market segments, continuing a trend of relative stability seen throughout the week. Official markets, the Naira gained ground closing at approximately 1,410.22 kobo against the dollar, which represented a roughly 0.47 appreciation compared to Monday closing. And when we move to the parallel market, popularly called the black market, we will see that while rates in the unofficial market often fluctuate by region, the average mid-market rate hovered around 1,475 naira 73 kobo against the dollar, reflecting a slight strengthening of about 0.26% from the previous day. And then when we look at the key drivers of the market, starting with increased liquidity, we see that this appreciation in the official window was supported by a healthy daily turnover as the market recorded significant dollar inflow from various sources. And looking at the stability trends over the past week, the Naira has remained within a relative tight band, fluctuating between a highs of 1,480 naira and a low of 1,471 naira against the dollar, signaling a period of reduced volatility compared to the late 2025. And then the spread between the official and parallel market currently sits at roughly 65 naira, which is relatively narrow compared to the historic gap, suggesting a steady convergence of the two rates. And that is it for the business update this morning.
All right, thank you very much. And also that this is it for Sunrise on Aneke TV. It's always a pleasure having you here on our show every morning. Do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. Like I said, it's always a pleasure having you here every morning. I am Deborah Wakuba.
And thank you, Mr. Rest, for those in-depth analysis. It's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you, Mr. Sai, and thank you for being there for us.
All right. And to you, Mr. Goodhope, the man of many parts, the sports oracle. Thank you for those insights into the world of sports.
Thank you very much.
All right. And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of us, all of us here on Sunrise and the crew at Aneke TV, we say thank you for watching. Till we come your way same time tomorrow. Keep watching and bye-bye.
You have brought here and to the words of support that you have. Certainly it is our delight to recognize the presence of Deputy State. He said, in fact, my wife kneels down, kneels. We may not exhaust all of that as we still have people coming. Do justice to the cola nuts. Sorry, Ngo, please. Ngo. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. I call it transformative.
In honor, as far as security regimentation is concerned, I wish to specially appreciate the heads of security services in the state and their esteemed representatives for honoring our invitation despite the short notification. Your continuous cooperation, collaboration, and support has greatly enhanced security operations and interagency synergy within the state. We value this partnership and remain committed to sustaining it for the collective safety of the people of Enugu State. I also sincerely thank our distinguished guests and all our commanders who have taken time to be part of this ceremony. Your presence has added value and significance to today's event. To our newly promoted officers and men, I congratulate you most heartily. The promotion is a recognition of your dedication to duty, discipline, commitment. It is not merely a change of rank, but a call to greater responsibility, leadership, and service. As you wear your new rank today, I charge you to uphold the highest standard of professionalism, integrity, and discipline. Lead by example, respect the chain of command, and let your conduct reflect the honor and values of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Madam, come forward now. Come. Rank of Assistant Commandant to Deputy Commandant. So it's my delight to join your wife, decorating you. It's an honor. came for you.
The next on the queue is Okenwa Primus. Kenechukwu, please be on your queue.
After the coronation, you're supposed to greet first before you turn and salute the next person.
Date, born on the 18th of April 1976. You join the University of Maiduguri, where you earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Choko Opeta Daniel Ajani. Congratulations. We are gradually winding down on the promotion. Congratulations to the newly promoted ones. We have one last call. One last call before we are done.
I feel good. I feel very happy to be elevated. It's always good that when one has shown hard work in his job, it is only natural that he should be appreciated. And one of the ways in which you are appreciated in the Corps is by being elevated. And of course, you know that elevation comes with more responsibility. So definitely, I want to assure the Corps and the public that I am willing and able to perform all the tasks that are due to me by virtue of this promotion, and I am well ready to perform my duties as ought to.
Today is indeed a remarkable day because it's a day that was set aside to celebrate this very occasion, which is very symbolic in all military and paramilitary agencies. So as you witness today, I, together with my other senior colleagues, have been promoted to from our former ranks to our present ranks today. And it means a lot. We are very grateful to the authority who deemed us fit to deserve this honor. And to whom much is given, of course, much is expected. So this promotion, no doubt, comes with higher expectations and responsibilities. And as we all know, we were promoted because of our outstanding performance in our various areas of duties. And this promotion also signifies a higher task ahead of us. And we pledge to put in our best to justify this promotion and put in our best in our service to our motherland. And in doing that, I know Nigeria is going to be a better place because our paramount duty is security of lives and property. So today is symbolic, and what they have done for us, we are going to reciprocate by way of more commitment to duties.
Thank you.
That he will give his angels charge over all of us. On this note, sir, we appreciate you all. We have found this day.
We will have the first photograph of the commandant for all our special invited guests.
remember that on the Insight is the program where we bring you topical issues, headlines, policies that help in shaping our nation. And today, we are looking at running water or running promises inside Enugu's water supply debate. In recent weeks, water supply has emerged as a major issue in public discourse across Enugu State, dominating conversation both online and offline. Central to this debate is the commitment of the Enugu State government under Governor Peter Mba to deliver potable water to households across the state. The administration has highlighted significant investments in water infrastructure and rehabilitation of key facilities as part of its development agenda. However, despite this reported intervention, many residents, particularly within parts of the Enugu metropolis, continue to report limited or non-existent access to pipe-borne water. This contrasting narrative have raised critical questions about project execution, distribution efficiency, timelines, and transparency. So, how much progress has truly been made? Are the challenges structural, technical, or logistical? When should residents realistically expect consistent access to safe running water? To help us examine these issues and separate verifiable progress from public perception, we are joined by the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Enugu State on New Media, Dr. Ruben Onishi, for an in-depth discussion on the state's water supply drive and the road ahead. Doctor, good morning, and it's a pleasure to have you.
Good morning. It's my pleasure.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Doc, now we're talking about water in Enugu State. And I mean to ask, Governor Peter Mba stated that potable water would run in every home within 180 days of Ajuminal phase. As we speak today, has that target been fully made? Yes or no?
Thank you very much. That target has been met technically, and I will explain if you want. If I should go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. You know, when we came on board, His Excellency Governor Peter Simba made a promise that within 180 days, water will run in every home. You understand? It was a promise he made, and he began to work towards it. And I know that within that 6 months, we were able to achieve that target at the upstream level.
Within 6 months?
Yes. Now, you see, water supply is something that, you know, Enugu has issue because of the topography, and then the undulating landscape and the large deposit of coal. Okay? But we had to find a way to get behind this. Before now, at the upstream level, we are generating about 2 million, 3 million liters of water. Before Governor Ba came on board. So, and the daily water need of Enugu is between 70 and 100 million liters. Alright? So you could see what was happening before now. So before now, generation was a problem. Okay? Because you can't even talk about reticulation when you haven't done generation. So by the time Mba came on board, within that 6 months, 2023, we came in May. Towards December, he had already commissioned the 9th Mile 247 water scheme. 9th Mile 247 water scheme with a gas plant, there is generator, and an access to electricity. So the essence of building a gas plant there is that, you know, His Excellency wouldn't want a situation where there will be excuse. So which means that every day, we have the capacity to generate 120 million. 9th Mile 247 water scheme was generating 120 million. Then Oji water scheme was generating 50 million. So you find out that at the upstream level, we met the target. Think of it, from power 3 to 3 million liters to 120 million liters. Then, sorry, 9th Mile 247 was generating 70 million. Then Oji was generating 50 million. That makes it 120 million liters. Think of what we were getting before and what we are getting now, based on what we achieved within that 180 days. All right. Now, another thing is we have met the target at the upstream level. By the time we came down to the downstream water management system, we found that issue. We found that if you notice them, pipes were bursting everywhere. Everywhere in Enugu, pipes were bursting. Why? Because of the colonial asbestos pipes that were installed. You understand? Those pipes were already in disuse. So we had to find a way to replace those asbestos pipes with 9mm pipe. And that was what we were doing. Now, another thing is that it's not just that we are generating this 120 million, but how do we take water to the unreached? Do you understand? Because you know that new settlements are springing up every day. All right? Places that weren't factored in before now. Of course, there are developments. There are new settlements. Before now, there was nothing like Monarch. Do you understand? And then so many other places, at several other places sprang up. So what do we do? How do we take water to the unreached? That's another thing. Because those people, there were no pipes laid, nothing. So which means you have to start afresh to lay pipes. But we now encounter the problem there. At that level, we now saw that many houses in this area were built on waterways. Many houses. So how do you navigate through without demolishing all these houses? How do you navigate through? Because that's the question. Without demolishing all these houses. So that is the question. And then if you want to demolish all the houses built on waterway, there will be hue and cry. Anywhere will become a demolition site. Because so many houses were built on waterways. Alright? Okay. And somebody was still saying the other day, well, demolish them now. Demolish them. You know, I don't think that such a person has a compassionate spirit. You understand? And we were saying that we demolished Ogiga, and what was demolished at Ogiga was just a handful of houses. Do you understand? Because we wanted to build terminals. And you know that urban renewal program, yes, naturally there will be displacement in urban renewal. But not when we are talking about the number of houses built on waterways in Enugu is terrible. So we can't embark on that. So what we are currently doing is that we are trying to navigate through. You understand? Find a way to get water to the unreached. And that is what has been happening. As I'm talking to you, we are still working. There are so many other places. I'm talking to you. About 12,000 households have newly been connected. I'm not talking about those that we are already connected. But currently we have 12,000 households newly connected. And then if you look at somewhere like UNEC wasn't having, there was no water in UNEC before. We have taken water to UNEC. So it is a gradual process because of these challenges we got on the way. At a point, we had a foreign direct investment in the water management system. You understand, from London Nexus of Austria. Right? But at a point, because this government has a lot to do. This government, you can see that development is Peter Mbah's special fault. Infrastructure here and there and all that. So we can't just be, and a whole lot of money has been committed. If I tell you what was spent on 9th Mile 247 water scheme, a whole lot have already been committed for us to get up to that 120 million, so that we even surpass the daily water need of Enugu. So we were thinking that by the time we enhance generation, you understand, to that humongous level, that reticulation will not be a problem. But we came down and discovered some of these problems, and that is what we are tackling. All right, I will say more.
One thing that is not in doubt is that from the data you've given, you've scaled up from what you met on ground.
Yes.
But before I get into the nitty-gritty of this discussion, there is a niggling question here, and that is when I look at the 180 days that the governor gave,
yes,
to give every household in Enugu State water, yes, and then looking at the issues that you're now raising, speaking to colonial pipes that are burst, then one may want to, draw the conclusion that your government, that your party as well, though you are now in APC, that you people didn't do a holistic analysis of the promises you were making when you made that promise that within 180 days that water will become manna in Enugu State.
Well, the fact is that, you see, when we give ourselves a target, if you look at all the projects the governor is doing, he gives himself a target. If you understand what a target means, you will understand what happened. A target doesn't mean that, this thing is, there's hard and fast rule about it that you've got to. A target is meant to drive you. So when you are thinking that within this foreseeable future, that within this period, do you understand, you are going to do this. So the target is meant to drive you. Nobody meets targets. All right. Even when we worked in the bank, for instance, if you are given a target, we will be saying, what percentage of this target are you meeting? You understand? You are doing 60% of your target, you are doing 80% of your target, because the target is meant to be out of the world. It is meant to be huge so that you work to achieve it. All right. Now, it's not as though we didn't do proper analysis. Do you understand? But the fact is that His Excellency was passionately, when he was coming, he was like, this water issue has become a problem in Enugu. Why can't we address it? It wasn't just a political statement. It was something he meant to do. Where we can address this water situation. And then we addressed it at that level of generating. Think of 2 million, 3 million to 120 million. That's huge. That's huge, if you will agree with me. If nobody is going to be political about it, you agree with me that that's huge. But the thing is that nobody knows it all. At times you could plan things, and then when you come on the ground, we didn't know. Nobody knew that this asbestos pipe will be busting. But immediately they started busting, we replaced them. We have to replace them with 9 mm pipe, because these are already areas that are already piped. We already have pipes there. So that did become an issue. You see, when we are digging holes here and there in them, replacing those pipes. So we have comfortably replaced those pipes. Alright? But then, what about people building on waterways? How could we have known? You understand that many people built on waterways until we came down and saw this thing. And then if we start to demolish all the houses in Enugu, come on. You will even say, please take your water and leave the house, because that's what the Enugu people will say. Is that how you be demolishing houses everywhere? So we won't do that, but we have to patiently, the people have got to be patient and enable us to navigate through out of these channels and find alternative routes to the provision of water. All right. And we are still working right now. All right, Doc. Yes. So nobody should be carried away by 180 days as though we were children. If something happens and it's becoming terribly simplistic.
I see you're very, very passionate when we talk about the achievements of your government.
Yes, because I know it's performing.
But one thing is that without critiques, you won't be able to evaluate the milestone so far.
I agree with you.
What I'm looking at now, we've seen the challenges.
Yes.
And I'm asking, I suppose that by now you must have done a re-evaluation and speaking to your government. There must be a re-evaluation of what needs to be done. So what is the plan currently?
The plan currently is that water is being taken to the unreached. Reticulation is ongoing. I forgot the name of that project, that plan now. Where you don't even need to bore holes directly. That's where you excavate the ground and lay pipes. You will from one point lay pipes down without even anybody seeing it. Do you understand? That's what there's a name for it. I forgot it. Okay. That is what is ongoing now. It is not what we now do is that they will just come to a particular point. Like the other time they came to front of government house, and pipes were laid down in the street without excavating anywhere. They just from that point borehole. There's a technology from that point borehole and take pipe down without you seeing any open place. That is what is ongoing now. Okay. So reticulation is still ongoing. Governor Mba doesn't joke with his promises. Let me tell you, Mba never promises what he cannot do. There is no promise he made that he doesn't fulfill. The only thing you will say is that yes, we gave ourselves a target, that this is what we are going. But we find out that those targets are no longer feasible because of the challenges we encounter. How did all this water issue now begin? Let me tell you, you don't need to tell him about what to do, because he's working. He's working and he's passionate about it. How did it start? One Okulora
went on and said there is no water anywhere. He was the first parrot that began to chirp that there's no water. And all the birds in the world took it and started singing. All the birds.
Anyway, Doc, I don't know Okulora.
You don't know Okulora.
I don't know Okulora.
It was Okulora.
What I know. Doc, just calm down. I know you're quite animated and passionate about this discussion, but I need you to be calm. I don't know Okulora. When you say Okulora or somebody, I don't know him. I don't know how. I don't know to get that kind of followership. I don't know the individual. I don't know the individual, but when you speak to is something that concerns you and I. One thing that is known that I've commended your government for being able to scale from 2 to 3 million liters to 120 that you talk about, which is commendable, but we'll have to discuss these issues without people like us who are critics. I bet you won't be able to achieve celebrate your achievements in government. I agree with you. So speaking to the fast on ground, I am asking now, you've mentioned Night Mile and the Oji River. Now I'm asking, this scheme, is it channeled to feeding the rural areas or both the urban and rural areas, and how far have we gone? Because you know why I asked this question, Doc, you know why I asked this question? I've been up and about and I go around a lot. For example, this area and Charaleat, I suppose it's called, I have not seen that water.
You have not seen water in Charaleat?
That area, that's what it's called.
No,
yes. I see people still struggling to fetch from the well.
No, water runs there, but I think there was a problem within. There's some problem. Some people tampered with I don't know. There's a problem we are trying to rectify. That's why it seems water is not running. But water runs in all those places. But it's just a temporary setback. Do you understand? That has been, cleared. When people try to be mischievous, you understand? Because this water issue wasn't even in the front burner, wasn't even being talked about. But, we are in era of election. Now, election is coming. This year we'll do primaries and all that. And then people want to score cheap political points with water. That's what they are doing. And they are sending ERATs, data boys, to go to the social media and then be screaming, where is the water? Where is the water? And it's all the rage. Look, we know they are mischief. They are very mischievous people. They are just cashing in on that because Okulora said that. But the fact remains that this is the situation. This is where we are. Do you understand? But the reticulation is still ongoing because of the challenges we encountered. And before the end of this administration, do you understand, water shall have been connected to every area. Another thing is that people also need to connect to the water system, because if water is taking down your street, you understand the point, you have to connect it to your household. You understand? But some persons might not even have connected, but are saying they don't have water. So you have to connect through water corporation. Do you understand? You were asking about whether this thing is happening just in the city or the rural areas. Now, when we're talking about this water challenge, we're talking about Enugu metropolis. Do you understand? Because of the peculiar nature of Enugu, the topography. Do you understand? We have. That's what we're saying. But other places have water. There are boreholes. Eruasa is also working. You have Eruasa that is taking care of water in all these rural areas and all that. Are working. So it wasn't anybody that told him back. It wasn't a political promise. He didn't make that promise. Who made this kind of promise and within 6 months has raised water generation to that level? He made that promise, which means he was committed to it. Do you understand? But when you encounter a challenge in the course of something, it's not for you to chicken out. Do you understand? We would have said, okay, we are chickening out. We couldn't. Reticulation is a problem, so we shouldn't continue. No, we don't chicken out. We continue to find a solution to it. The only thing is that that target may not be met, but surely it will be met. All right, Doc. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe on these very issues. Okay.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, when you use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Thank you for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been discussing with Dr. Ruben Onishi, Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Enugu State on new media. And we've been looking at the issue around water in Enugu State. Doc, still on this very issue, I commend your government because
thank you.
It's obvious. There's a lot of commendation. Even their critique, speak to the things they do right. But still, on this very water issue, is one aspect that we've seen tremendous improvement. But the human being, like Oliver Twist that we read about, will still ask for more. And then, how do we hold your government accountable? At least it is by the things you tell us that you will give us, not to say that you are not trying. But I'm looking at this issue now that we are quite aware, and everybody watching now knows that there is a problem. Speaking to the topography, where we have colonial pipe that were not replaced, and if the government before your government did much, by now we'll see that you have been able to scale it. But I still we are talking about the metropolis. How are we going to navigate this challenge? You were talking about the new system that's been adopted. How are we going to navigate this challenge to see that by the time the election comes, we'll have something tangible to tell the people?
We have always had something tangible to tell the people. And His Excellency, Governor Ba, is committed to his promises. And everything he says he would do, he is doing them. And even doing more. This is a governor on speed lane. That while you are thinking of the one he has done, he has even done another that you never expected. That is the governor for you. The idea is to rev up the GDP. He is committed to 3 objectives that will enhance the economy of Enugu State. To rev the GDP up to $30 billion. To make Enugu the first choice of investment destination, tourism and living. And then to eradicate poverty to 0% headcount index. So you see that all these things like building of infrastructure. As a matter of fact, all the roads in Enugu now have been flagged up for construction. We flagged up for 1,022 roads the other day, which means that all the roads in Enugu will be paved, apart from the one that has been already done, and the ones that are already ongoing. Do you understand? Then you talk about the smart schools, where he built 260 smart schools. You talk about the 260 type 2 hospitals, already built. Then you talk about all the revamped moribund assets, the UPPL and Hotel Presidential, ICC, and all that, Niger Gas, things. And then again, the new Enugu City that is being constructed. And then the transport terminals, and then the Enugu Air, and then the farm estates, and then what he plans to do in the rural areas, each ward getting 10 kilometers of roads and all that. The fact is that the target of this government is to build 1,250 kilometers of roads every year. So in 10 years, we shall have built 10,000 kilometers of roads in 8 years. All right. So Everything we said we would do, we would do. Now, when you encounter a challenge at a certain point, the challenge is meant to be dealt with. That's why it is a challenge. It will be dealt with, and it is being dealt with because reticulation. But then the speed is what has actually not been in place. You know, because when you say 180 days, it will be done with this speed at every, you know. But this challenge has obstructed the speed. You understand? But it is ongoing. And we say that before the end of this administration, water will reach the unreached.
Okay.
It's just for us to be patient. But the mischievous people have taken it off from there. They are now saying there is no water. Where is water? There is no water. Every day water. Every day water. Some of them don't do anything except every morning. In the morning he will write where is the water. Every afternoon he will write. Every evening. That's what some of them are doing. Because of all that Pitamba is doing, they didn't see where to anchor except this water. All that the governor is doing, nobody is talking about the smart schools. We talk about 360. What it takes to build one smart school is 1.2 billion. Nobody is talking about that. Unfortunately, nobody is talking about that. And then the type 2 hospital, where the governor has brought health care to the grassroots, so that in your ward you have access to quality Medicare. Nobody is talking about that, unfortunately. All that the governor is doing, why are they not talking about that? Why are they not celebrating them? Why are they now talking about water? You know, water that will make the target upstream, and we are working on ensuring that it reaches everywhere. Is that supposed to be an issue? Is that supposed to be a problem? Is that why somebody should wake up in the morning and say, where's water? Don't you see the politics in it? Don't you see that it has political undertone, and these people are being malicious and mischievous? It's not mischief. But the fact is that whatever the governor says he will do, he will do.
That's why governor has people like you who are speaking about it.
Yes.
So people understand.
Yes.
And then let's go back to timeline now.
Okay. All right.
Yes, I've heard all the plans, the things, you've met it upstream. Then, but looking at timeline, how are we going to, achieve this? Seeing that like you did say, I'm quoting you now, that water will reach the unreached. What can we place a timeline in terms of, okay, this is where we are at this moment? And I'll give it to you that in Kokab, I was surprised to see a running water there. You understand? That's, to speak to the fact that your administration is working.
Yes.
But there are still areas, like you quite agree with me, that are yet unreached. And I'm asking for timeline, or is it that the governor is now, leaving it to one of those next term agenda?
I already gave you a timeline. I said in the life of the administration.
In the life of
this administration.
Are you not making a political statement, though?
Yeah. In the life of this administration.
Okay.
Before the end of this administration, before the end of this first tenure. That's what I'm saying.
Every part of the urban.
Yes. Yes, because we are already, we are silently working. Big and bad doesn't make noise. I told you that what they do now is that you, from this point, lay pipes without boring holes anywhere. Have you ever seen that technology? That is what is happening in Enugu now. Nobody working silently, so that pipes are being connected to the reach. I told you that we have already connected 12,000. The statistics are there. 12,000 households unreached before now, but now reached. 12,000 are connected. So more people are getting connected. Do you understand? So that because all the water, we have all the reservoirs in Enugu replenished, all the reservoirs. So there are so many reservoirs, like the one at somebody called the other day at right around the minute, and said that they could see all the reservoir, but water is not running in that place. I just discovered that water is running there now. Maybe because there was a problem, they just fixed it.
Because you have critics.
Yes.
That's why you can.
No, it's not even because we have critics. It's just that, let me tell you, there are persons, there are officials that are dedicated to this water question. Her name is Sandra George, SA to the governor on revenue, but she has this thing, she took it upon herself. She's the one monitoring the water development in Enugu. Do you understand? So they are working round the clock every day. And when we hold meetings, like on Mondays like this, we hold meetings. Sandra gives a report. Where are we now? So it's not as if you see how Mba operates. Mba doesn't operate randomly. There is intentional, intentional dedication to it, so that we say this is where we are. By next week you are coming. Where have you reached? Are you still where you were before? Where are you now? Do you understand? So we get these reports every Monday. I don't think the meeting might have ended now because I didn't attend it today because of engagement. Because of engagement. But every day these things are being reported. Where are we now? What new areas have we connected? What new areas have we connected? Sandra will give the report. Okay? So we are working to ensure that every area is reached in Enugu.
Alright.
Just a question of time.
Alright, Doc. Let me go out of script this time around. Now that you're speaking to the efforts of Sandra in this regard, and one thing I know when I came into Enugu State is that your government prides itself as a people-centered government, speaking to the welfare of the people. And I now ask, because I have a friend who usually will tell you that he is for the grassroots, right, and for the masses. And I want to ask for the masses, where this water scheme has not gotten to, and I've seen that there are concerted efforts to see that water reach the unreached, and I like that your language as well. But what I'm asking is, what's the immediate plan to ameliorate the suffering of the people around area where this water has not reached? And I tell you, I've been to places where government provides tanker water, for let me use that term, to supply the people to ease the pain. Is there any such thing happening in Enugu State?
Thank you very much. I know that there was a time that I think Chinedu had something he called water on wheels. Water on wheels. It was something that was meant to deal with this water situation. You understand? But immediately we had up to that we began to generate 120 million liters. We found out that that business was completely no longer viable. You understand? Because no matter how you do it, you have to pay token. You understand? You have to pay for the supply rate. But the thing is that by the time we now started generating 120 million, do you even know that people were sabotaging this thing? Water galleries, we built water galleries the other day. The tanker drivers were sabotaging this effort. They were going there to vandalize these water galleries. Okay. We had water galleries all over the place in Enugu here. But they were going to vandalize them. You understand? You leave and they will go and vandalize these water galleries, so that water will no longer run there. And these are the people who will now start singing that give us the water, there's no water. But they are the ones vandalizing it. But the only thing is that public utility, like right now, anybody who dares to go and vandalize any public utility, what happens to you? You take it. You understand? Because company cannot be providing and you are destroying. You are public utilities. You should allow people to have access to it. Okay? So this government has made a lot of efforts in the direction of water. At least we are sure that generation is not the problem. We already have water in the reservoirs everywhere, being pumped every day that can serve Enugu comfortably. All right. So, but the problem is, look, we are no longer going to say we are tied to 180 days. We can no longer be tied to 180 days.
What you agree is that 180 days is not feasible.
No. We can't be tied to that.
It's not feasible.
It's a target. that meant to drive us. That meant to drive us.
Okay.
But right now, we are working to ensure that this. Okay, we now say, oh, you see, we couldn't meet it in 180 days. So we hands off.
Nobody's saying you hands off.
So you no longer serve the people.
You still hold the accountable.
So that's what we are doing. 180 days, yes. But look, we have a challenge.
Okay.
And this is the challenge, which is obvious.
Okay.
And if not that Dumba is a compassionate governor,
He would have said, look, remove all these houses on waterways. If he makes that, this place will be like the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. People will wail. People will wail. He's a compassionate governor. But now people are saying, go and destroy them. Because he demolished houses at Ugbete to build this thing. Go and demolish all those houses. And these are people's sweat. Alright? Sweat of people. If we demolish all the houses on waterways, there will be here and cry.
Alright.
And the same people who are saying that, the crying and lamenting. So, but what we are doing is that we are trying to navigate it, try to see how we can move to it's difficult. It's quite very difficult, but we are working on it.
All right. Now, I want to ask, from the lessons that has been learned from your experience around the achievement in the water scheme.
Yes.
I want to ask, what can be applied to other critical infrastructure projects, drawing from your experience around these water issues?
What other critical projects, infrastructure?
Your infrastructure. There are other projects that you're embarking on,
yes.
And I'm asking, how can we draw from your experience? You've spoken to vandalization. You've spoken to going back to the drawing board as to having broken colonial vessels and pipes. You understand? So, and I'm asking, what else can we draw from this to apply to other critical areas?
Well, what we draw from the projects that are being done is the fact that Mba likes to give himself a target. Because as a matter of fact, if you don't have a target, you may not be focused. If a road is being flagged up today, you will say, look, this road will have to be completed in 1 year or in 2 years. Do you understand? Like the Piwogo road that they are working on now. He gave himself a target and said, look, this has the contractor. You have to deliver this thing in 1.5 years. Do you understand? The idea of target is very important because this is an entrepreneurial governor who is coming from a solid background of business. He has business orientation and the deliverables. So he has that background, and this is the language that is spoken in such entrepreneurial environment. That is the language. You understand? The language is that you have got to achieve this thing within so and so time. All right. And all the projects that are being done. Another thing is that we are also looking at quality. Quality assurance is also key to these projects, so that you don't do a shoddy job. Like all the roads that are being done, the timeline, the quality is that you do the earthwork, you do the stone base and all that, and you last up to 30-50 years. That is the target. So if you are doing any road, you are contractor, you have to be done with these specifications. Smart schools, while they were being built, we also noticed that some contractors were trying to cut corners by using substandard material. You understand? Say use 16 mm, they use 12 mm or 13 mm. And then we have the inspectorate team that is going everywhere, every day supervising, headed by the SSG. So supervising to ensure. So when we discover that this is what you do, we demolish, like the one at Imbu, we have to demolish it. And you have to start afresh, because at your own cost, because you are not supposed to cut corners. All right. And so that is another thing, is ownership. Most of these projects that are being done, we want the people to own them. Ownership. If you own them, they will be sustained. Sustainability will be enhanced by ownership. You see, if you own this project, you protect them. You will know that this thing is building. Take for instance, smart school that you built in your ward. You have to protect it. Even though government is going to put security and order, but if you take it as your own, you will not allow it to be vandalized. After government has installed all the equipment, installed the smart board, installed the lab, AI lab, robotics lab, mechatronics lab, virtual augmentation, and all that, and augmented reality, and at the end of the day, it will be vandalized. You see, the purpose is defeated. By the time we give every child, because at smart school now, what they do is that every child is entitled to a tablet, their school uniform, everything you get is free. Just make yourself available, and then you have lunch.
So whatever that is provided has to be protected. These are the takeaways from the project. So we are looking at quality assurance, we are looking at sustainability.
All right. Thank you very much, Doc. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll still probe on other issues.
All right. Thank you.
Ndibo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops in one spirit with Ohaneze and Ndibo have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured and endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit, lift your voice, give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
Alright, thank you for staying with us, and we've been discussing with Dr. Ruben Onishi, a special assistant to the governor of Enugu State on new media, and we've been discussing issues around running water. We said, is it running water or running promises inside Enugu's water supply debate, and Dr. Onishi has been giving us in-depth insight on what the government of Dr. Peter Mba has been doing concerning the issue concerning running water in Enugu State. And Doctor, thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you.
But I won't let you go without asking question around what your government is doing, because when we watch the news media and the television and anyway, what we are seeing is e-registration, and your government is saying you have a target of 1.5 million. What's driving this very agenda now?
Well, what is driving it is that Enugu has transmogrified from PDP to APC. And let me tell you, for instance, in my ward, everybody moved to the APC. Everybody. As a matter of fact, what used to be PDP party office is now APC party office in my ward. And this is replicated in the 260 wards in Enugu State. So APC has embarked on e-registration. As a matter of fact, over the weekend I registered, and so many people are registering because APC has taken over Enugu State. That is what it means. And everybody is doing that. Everybody, all Tom, Dick and Harry, everybody is struggling to ensure that they register. So I believe that Enugu is even going to beat that target of 1.5 million. We may get up to 3 million. You understand? Because the point is that where the governor goes, everybody goes. All right, and we have connected to the center. And you know what Tinubu did for APC is that APC is no longer a regional party where we're talking about. He has more or less opened a lot of opportunities for people to come in. So APC is now a national party. A national party that is connecting everybody. Do you understand? Connect, and that's why some people are fearing that he's making a one-party state. It's not a question of one-party state. Nobody is being coerced to join the APC. But people, because of what the president has done, everybody is eager to join the APC because it is the reigning party and it is a people-friendly party and with a lot of promises and all that. So that is why you can see that everybody, people are registering, and we will beat the target. Is being driven by this love for the president, and then our governor, Peter Mba is loved, and it's because when you see that a governor is performing, it's not really it's not even about making money. Before, when we were campaigning, I told because I was in the campaign council. Do you understand? I was the chairman of online media campaign council. All right, and I was telling people that if Peter Mba needed money, he will not ask us, because this is someone who had already made it. He was the chief executive CEO of one of the companies, the best in the downstream oil and gas sector. He was already the chief executive and was doing very well. Was doing extremely very well. So it wasn't that he wanted to make money. That wasn't why he came, but because he knew that he has the key to unlock the economic potentials of Enugu State, and that is why he came on board.
All right.
So wherever he goes, we go, and the people of Enugu State moved with him. And his movement to the APC is in our own interest, because we are no longer playing fragmented politics. We are now playing national politics connected to the center, and there are so many advantages accrued to that. So that's the situation.
All right. Well, when I was speaking to someone in another political party, he attributed the e-registration to be that of panic, that APC in Enugu State have entered panic mood, leading to why they are moving towards the hinterlands to bring everybody on board to register into APC.
There is no panic anywhere. If you look at Enugu State, where is the opposition? Where is the opposition? Everybody talking about where is that even the party? Is it the PDP that is cowering at the moribund of cowering before the bricksmanship? Is it the PDP? Is it the Labour Party that is already dead, balkanized and dead? So is it the PDP that is sick? So where is that opposition? I want to know, when you talk about opposition, where are the other Muslim parties or any of all those parties that at the end of the day they will still say they have adopted them as their candidate? So where is the opposition? I want to, I'm asking you, tell me, where is the opposition? There is no opposition here. What are you opposing? I've always said there is nothing to oppose in any state. Are you opposing good governance? Are you opposing infrastructure development? Are you opposing human capital development? So what are you opposing? Because if you say you are opposition, we want to know what you are opposing. There's nothing anybody is opposing here. Nobody is opposing anything in any state. So there is absolutely no opposition.
All right.
And Peter Mba's re-election is as easy as eating okra soup. Very easy. Very easy as eating okra soup.
All right. Finally, Doctor, before I let you go, let me take you back to the main issue discussion. So what you are telling us here on the insight this morning is that before the end of the life of your administration, that's like you did promise that every household in Enugu would have water running into their homes?
Yes. That's what we hope to achieve.
And you see that is achievable?
Oh, it's achievable. Very much achievable. We're working towards it. It's very much achievable.
All right. And that's it for today on The Insight. And if you just joined us, we'll be speaking to Dr. Ruben Onyishi, a special assistant to the governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, on new media. And he's been speaking to us on issues concerning running water. It's a pleasure to have you on Inside.
Thank you very much, Uche. Thank you.
Yes. All right. And to you, our wonderful viewers, remember that on The Insight, your views matter. Let us know what you think about what Dr. Onyishi has said concerning running water in Enugu State. Do you believe what he said, that before the end of this administration, we will see running water in every home in Enugu State? Or will it be another running promise? Till we come your way, same time tomorrow. I'm still your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present and shaping the future. Traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life. Ndị Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set, a day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit with Ohaneze Ndị Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit. Lift your voice. Give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Bilateral trade target as both nations move to strengthen economic and strategic ties. President Bola Tinubu and Recep Tayyip Erdogan met in Ankara yesterday to recalibrate relations between the two emerging economies. President Erdogan announced the planned establishment of a joint economic and trade committee to drive investment and achieve the trade benchmark. He commended Nigeria's investment-friendly posture and the presence of senior officials signaling the country's commitment to economic engagement. Discussions between the two most nations also focused on joint efforts to combat insurgency in Nigeria and the Sahel region. The leaders highlighted collaboration in trade, investment, energy, education, and defense as key pillars of the strengthened partnership. President Bola Tinubu has transmitted 24 health sector bills to the Senate for urgent consideration. The legislative package targets government reforms aimed at reducing the size of overbloated boards across critical health institutions. The bills cover the National Hospital for Women and Children, federal medical centers, and specialist boards for orthopedics, eye and ear care. Regulatory frameworks for the Nursing and Midwifery Council, Medical Laboratory Science Council, and NAFDAC are also included. Innovation features prominently with the Records Officers Registration and Digital Health Bill 2025 to strengthen data management, and the Federal College of Complementary and Alternative Medicine Bill 2025 to formalize non-traditional medical education. The bills have been referred to the Senate Committee on Rules and Businesses. The Federal Capital Territory Administration has warned that workers who fail to resume from today will face disciplinary action. The Minister of the FCT, Mr. Yesom Wike, made the announcement following a National Industrial Court order suspending the ongoing strike. FCTA workers began on an indefinite strike last week, citing long-standing labor and welfare grievances. Mr. Wickett confirmed that the administration has met with union representatives and presented all concerns. Security agencies and FCT management have engaged in dialogue, but the strike persisted. The shutdown has affected major government offices in Abuja, disrupting public services across the territory. The federal government has launched a Safe Schools project and strengthens the National Safe School Response Coordination Center, displaying command officers and the School Protection Squad for rapid response. Federal investment has exceeded 144 billion naira over past initiatives. The expansion comes after rising school-related violence, including abduction in Kebbi and Niger State. Authorities stress the need for state-level adoption of federal security protocols to ensure education continues safely in vulnerable regions. The Rivers State government has approved the immediate recruitment of 5,000 indigents into the state civil services. Governor Similai Fubara's administration says the move aims to strengthen administrative efficiency and fill manpower gaps. The recruitment is focused on the education sector with 3,000 staff for basic and primary schools and 2,000 for post-primary institutions. Officials say the process is merit-based to ensure qualified candidates are selected. Permanent Secretary Dr. Onosi Raul confirmed the expansion brings the current administration workforce to over 9,500. The Ministry of Employment Generation will provide guidance on the integration process. The Abia State Council of Traditional Prime Ministers has endorsed Governor Alex Oti for a second term ahead of the 2027 governorship election. The group cited Oti's performance in transforming Aba and Umahia into smart cities and upgrading infrastructure as reason for support. Landmark projects highlighted include the near-complete Umahia bus terminal and the state-led electricity distribution program. The council also commended consistent payment of salaries and pensions and increased emoluments for traditional rulers. The endorsement signals strong grassroots mobilization for OT and reflects confidence in its leadership. Members say the opposition parties have nothing to offer compared to OT's development record. Religious leader Under the Organization of African Instituted Churches have urged inclusive participation in climate change policies. The call was made during a consultative meeting in Abuja, led by Baba Aladura Israel Akindewo. Leaders emphasized that climate change is a present reality affecting rural communities, farmers, women, youth, and coastal regions. They called for active collaboration with faith-based institutions, research bodies, and international development partners. The consultative meeting aims to strengthen dialogue between religious leaders, policy actors, and development partners to ensure climate adaptation programs are effective and community-driven. In the meantime, President Bola Tinubu has called on Nigerians to uphold religious tolerance as a foundation for national security and development. The President made the appeal at the 4th International Conference of the Center for Islamic Civilization and Interfaith Dialogue at Bayero University, Kano. Represented by the Minister of Information and National Rotation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, the President stressed that mutual respect among citizens of different faiths is essential for peace and national progress. He cautioned against narratives suggesting that religious freedom is under threat in the country. The President also paid tribute to late Islamic scholar Sheikh Mahmoud Abubakar Gumi, describing him as a reformer who promoted unity and national cohesion. He said interfaith dialogue remains a key strategy in countering extremism and strengthening social harmony. The trial of former Petroleum Minister Desani Alison Madueke opened yesterday at the Crown Court in Southwark, England. Prosecutor Alexandra Haley told the jury that Alison Madueke accepted bribes from industry figures seeking oil and gas contracts in Nigeria. The ex-minister allegedly received €100,000 in cash, private jet flights, chauffeur-driven cars, and luxury goods from Louis Vuitton and Harrods between 2011 and 2015. She faces 5 counts of accepting bribes and 1 count of conspiracy to commit bribery. Alison Madueke pleaded not guilty and was granted bail in October 2015. Prosecutors said no evidence yet shows she awarded contracts improperly, but they stressed the acceptance of benefits was inappropriate given her official position. Co-defendants include oil executive Olatimbo Ayinde and her brother Doye Agama. President Bola Tinubu has asked the Senate to consider a bill seeking to amend the Court of Appeal Act to increase the number of justices from 70 to 110. The request was conveyed in a letter read during plenary. The President said the proposal is designed to strengthen the capacity and efficiency of the appellate court in response to rising caseloads. He noted that the reform aligns with constitutional provisions and current demands within the justice sector. The bill also proposes changes to the ranking of justices and introduce measures to modernize appellate proceedings through technology. Lawmakers are expected to deliberate on the request in due course. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Nigeria, Turkey targets $5 billion trade, sign anti-insurgents pact. FG, federal government intensifies security in border and riverine communities. And coming up shortly, political group strengthens legal action over Edo Airline. We'll be right back. Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. And Aneke TV, move with the world. Welcome back. Still on the news, Edo State Governor Mondo Okpebholo has announced plans to launch a state-owned airline, Edo Air, in a bid to boost investment and connect the state to the global economy. The announcement Working during a high-level meeting with the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, where the governor pitched the airline as a strategic economic initiative. The plan has drawn immediate criticism from the Conference of Registered Political Parties, CRPP, which labeled the project wasteful and accused the administration of prioritizing airlines' interests over pressing public needs. CRPP Regional President Dr. Samson Isibo said the estimated cost of establishing the airline could exceed 5 years of the state budget and warned that the state risks falling into unmanageable debt if the project proceeds. The opposition group urged the government to focus on reviving local industries such as Uromi, Kasavita, and Bendel Brewery, which they claim could create over 50,000 jobs. They also demanded a full accounting of a previous 100 billion naira loan and warned of possible legal action if the governor pursues what they describe as vanity projects, while essential infrastructure and security remains unaddressed. Enugu State Governor Dr. Peter Mba has inaugurated a state-of-the-art digital court building, signaling a major shift towards technology-driven justice delivery. Speaking during the 2025-2026 legal year ceremony, the governor highlighted the facility's role in expediting legal processes and strengthening judicial independence. The new complex includes 4 ultra-modern halls with digital recording systems, smart displays, and secure data connectivity. The Chief Judge of Enugu State, Justice Raymond Ozemena, confirmed that the platform will cover high courts, customary courts, and the Ministry of Justice, improving case management from filing to judgment recording. Attorney General Barrister Osinachi Najieze added that e-litigation, virtual hearings, and e-payment systems are in advanced testing. The state has trained 39 verbatim court reporters to ensure accuracy while the administration aims to make the judicial system more transparent, efficient, and supportive of economic growth. An FCT High Court has ordered the remand of Alhaji Danjuma Mohammed Project Coordinator at the Northeast Development Commission (NEDC) over alleged 5 billion naira contract fraud. Mohammed and his associate Chibike Echem faced a 55-count charge from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC), including forgery and fraudulent contract awards. Investigations revealed that between 2020 and 2024, the suspects allegedly defrauded businessman Kenneth Ifekudu of 2.28 billion naira by promising lucrative contracts. The FCC said multiple bank accounts were used to funnel funds and 4 documents were issued to legitimize the scheme. Both suspects pleaded not guilty, but were denied bail. Justice Keziah Obuna adjourned the case until March 25th for trial, with 7 prosecution witnesses scheduled to testify. A 3rd suspect remains at large. Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has summoned market chairmen and secretaries across the state to a meeting at the International Convention Center in Oka. The move follows tension linked to the closure of major markets and enforcement actions against illegal sit-at-home orders. The state government said the meeting is aimed at restoring economic stability and addressing the impact of repeated market shutdowns. Attendance has been declared mandatory for leaders of the Anambra State Market Amalgamated Traders Association. Officials say the state is losing significant revenue due to disruptions in commercial activities. The government maintains that dialogue remains the preferred path to resolving the crisis while ensuring public order and safety. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) has increased petrol prices to 835 naira per litre in Lagos and 839 naira per litre in Abuja effective Wednesday. The price adjustment follows a similar increase by the Dangote refinery announced on Tuesday. The rise reflects the ongoing adjustment in the downstream petroleum sector amid supply pressures and global oil market fluctuations. Consumers are advised to expect corresponding charges at retail outlets nationwide. Industry analysts say this adjustment could impact transportation costs and inflation, urging Nigerians to plan for potential price hikes in goods and services. The National Tax Policy Implementation Committee has intensified efforts to ensure a smooth transition to Nigeria's new tax laws. The committee chairman, Mr. Joseph Tabi, met with national professional bodies and tax advisory partners to align operational priorities and ensure public understanding of the reforms. Mr. Tabi emphasized that effective change management and clear communication are crucial to success. Sub-national governments will be engaged through the Joint Revenue Board to harmonize tax interpretation and capacity building across federal and state levels. Experts called for simplified public education guidelines to ensure all stakeholders, from small traders to large corporations, understand their obligations. The reforms aims to enhance fiscal sustainability and transparency on the President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. Italian Serie A club Atlanta has reduced its asking price for Nigeria's Ademola Lookman from €50 million to €35 million as the forward enters the final 18 months of his contract. Discount is expected to spark renewed interest among European clubs, including Atletico Madrid and Galatasaray. Lookman remains a key figure for Atlanta following his performance at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, where he scored 3 goals and provided 4 assists for Nigeria. Despite his slight dip in club form, he is viewed as a high-impact player with proven European pedigree. The club faces pressure to sell the forward before his contract expires to avoid losing him on a free transfer. Analysts describe the €15 million reduction as a significant market opportunity for interested suitors across top leagues. Nigeria internationals are in spotlight as the UEFA Champions League group stage concludes on Wednesday. Victor Osimhen, Galatasaray, travels to Manchester City seeking a result to advance from 17th place in group stage rankings. Osimhen has scored 6 goals this campaign and remains confident of leading his team into a critical result. Atlanta's Ademola Lookman aims to secure a top 8 finish with a win over Union Saint-Gilloise. Lookman remains the Italian side's primary attacking threat, having recently excelled for Nigeria in AFCON 2025. Young Nigerians are also breaking records. 19-year-old George Ilekena surpassed Kanu Nwankwo's record as the youngest African to reach 15 Champions League appearances. Players like Nathan Tella, Rafael Onyedika and Bruno Onyemaechi face must-win matches to keep their European campaigns alive. Big Brother Niger Season 10 winner Opeyemi Ayewale, known as Imisi, celebrated her birthday in Lagos with celebrities including Bisola Yola, Du Tudun, Kiki and Nkechi Blessing. The event went viral when comedian Brother Shaggy showered her with US dollars, which she collected mid-dance. The reality star, who won 159 million naira in October, has maintained a strong media presence and continues to gain support from industry figures. This birthday celebration reinforced her rising status in entertainment circles. Fans praised her quick reflexes during the dollar reign and flooded her social media with emojis. Despite controversy over her BB Niger win, the celebration highlighted her transition from reality star to a marketable brand. Nigerian musician Zlatan Ibile has dismissed a viral social media claim suggesting tensions with his partner Davita Lamai, which described her as just the mother of his children, was fake and warned against spreading unverified content. Zlatan, who publicly supported Davita through gifts and appearances at Milestone, emphasized the importance of protecting family privacy. He condemned the creators of the false narrative and promised consequences for those responsible. The couples, together since 2021, has consistently maintained a strong public image. Zlatan's swift response effectively quashed rumors of a rift, reaffirming the stability of the relationship. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. Nigeria and Turkey have set a $5 billion target for bilateral trade and signed a security pact aimed at strengthening collaboration against insurgency. The agreement highlights both countries' commitment to boosting economic ties and regional stability. The federal government has launched targeted operations in border and riverine communities to tackle rising insecurity. The initiative focuses on protecting vulnerable areas from criminal activities and insurgent threats. A political group has threatened legal action over the operations of a controversial Edo State airline, demanding accountability and adherence to regulatory frameworks. The matter has sparked debate on governance and transparency in the aviation sector. The federal government has launched targeted operations in border and riverine communities to tackle rising insecurity. The initiative focuses on protecting vulnerable areas from criminal activities and insurgent threats. And that's news across the country on Aneke TV. For more breaking news and live updates, visit us across our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, YouTube, or at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I am Deborah Mwakba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Aneke television. Hey, agiribolu bi efu kwa na wa mboji ofu ka ku ogugu ma. Hey, mbo wa bi ni ebube eme. Mbo wa bata wa ni ebube eme wa. Aneke television no 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 bo ya mala madi ya. Ina agba nku, ina na nkepute nwa, ina akwozu, ina agba akwụkwọ. Ya wa Aneke television. Bịa ka ezu oru ozi ọma. Ya wa Aneke television yiduba. Hey, na-emere ogbe ya mela amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ tapịtụ ka mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ mma. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution, Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflection, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector. But experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payment, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
bụkakwa ebubo mma mgbe ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa Aneke telivishọn na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke telivishọn bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke telivishọn iduba na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Lily of Lily. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's your one and only Commission of Enjoyment here on Aneke Entertainment, and I'm doing this today with the same bass. I'm talking about not other person than the social lawyer. And when you talk about social lawyer, you're talking about someone who is also a mental mechanic. We're talking about someone who's also a minister of enjoyment, of course, because we are really looking at what it is. But I'm telling you right now that she is today. She decides to be on just a simple dress. Monday she was on a red pepper. Yesterday she was on a costume that was so great, and today she has decided to be on another costume that is so cool. Well, I want to show you what she's wearing, and she is looking so great. Hello.
Hi,
Yeah.
Nugo. How you guys doing? I know you guys were there to see me today.
Okay.
Param here.
Okay, is he param or paparam pam pam?
Anyone, as long as there is raparam pam.
Okay, so
The rest is.
I think at some point we should give you rapture. We should give you the trumpet of rapture. We should blow it. Pam param pam 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 pam. I think that's the sound. See, whenever you hear this sound, know that it's happening. What's up now? What's happening today? How was your day? How was your day yesterday? And how is today treating you?
Today, I came out very cozy. Yeah,
Because
very
do you notice there's Hamatan now?
Yeah, but it's very subtle.
See, don't ever. It's subtle because you didn't come out very early in the morning. Subtle. But by 6 a.m., you never subtle.
Yeah, we come up for sports, as you don't say. It's very subtle. Like I didn't understand when I say where is it from.
Okay, you go. Oh, you went in the morning. You went out for sports.
Yeah, you have to be fit.
So, you have to keep
fit for them.
Fit for them, not fit for myself. Well, I'm telling you that she is ready to deal with every matter that we are going to be handling today. And as I'm talking to you, we have a lot of things to talk about, ranging from the people who converted to the people that was converted, and also to Zlatan Ibile, and also to other matters that are very, very, very much of a trending topic right now. You know, we are still talking about I Show Speed. He just concluded his tour, his African tour, and he concluded it in a grand style. I told you guys that yesterday. Davido had to scream and say, "Man, this is what you're enjoying in Ghana." You went to Ghana, and the first thing how he started his stream in Ghana was maswas. He was traditionally they massaged him, and everyone was like, "Woo!" except me, because I was in the house of my Lord. So everyone was like, "Oh, what's happening? Please put me through." Now he came to Ghana and he reviewed a lot of things in Ghana. He showed us a lot of things. He said that Ghana feels like his home, where he is coming from, and he will always want to be in Ghana. He would always want to be in Ghana. You see the young man after he
don't see woman, forget that man. I show speed. So they use woman play.
I Show Speed is not that kind of. I Show Speed is a son of God, though.
I'm a daughter of God too. That's when you don't understand the principle.
Okay, look at him.
Someone that nearly got married in Botswana.
The thing is that Africa.
The lady just entered. No, he actually first he was enticed by the princess.
Okay.
The community, and he was like, "Wow, how am I going to let this fine food?" Immediately they told him how many cows he needs to buy.
What did he say?
He jumped to a poor man's daughter, and the poor man did not leave any stone untouched. He told him, "If you want to marry my daughter, really, you have to bring how many cows? Like, how many?"
Is it the princess?
No, not the princess
the poor
again.
Man.
The poor man's child. Not like really poor man, but he's a chief in the community. If you really want to marry my daughter, see the number of cows we bring for me. Oga just checked and said, "Ha!
Eh?
Ah!
Ah! Say no.
I
Let
have
me
home
just.
training. I have home training."
I have to. But what kind of girl did he see and then he's now changing his mind to marry in Africa?
Do you know, African ladies are endowed. Hey, God, Jesus, the shock.
Did you guys notice I didn't smile?
I don't know why he's not
I
smiling.
didn't smile because what is endowment in African ladies?
Oh, one thing must kill a man. What is that?
It's what will kill a man is when a man wants to die.
Endowment
will not kill
I don't
a
like
man.
the fact that a guy is trying to tiptoe his way out of the conversation.
No, I'm not trying. Listen to me.
If you want to talk, you
talk to me direct.
I'm talking to you and you are tiptoeing my conversation. Like,
Goody.
Do you understand?
Commissioner.
One thing must kill a man.
What is the one thing that must kill a man?
Hey, ask Eve if you see her.
You know what the funny thing is? When we go into these details, we're going to find out a lot of things. That woman was not made to. The reason for a woman was not the body. The reason why a woman is a woman is not just the body. It's not just the companion. It's just the mental mechanical. How she thinks, how she's able to help the man. Because the woman was made to help the man.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. And after helping the man, Adam fell for what?
I'm telling you this because it's a play. I'm not serious. So the woman was not meant to help the man. Because imagine how, okay, are you now walking on the street and the woman is helping you? Please leave that matter.
Imagine what made a foreigner want to marry
an African.
No stranger. God.
Is it?
Did he actually watch his visit to South Africa?
I didn't want to watch that thing because
one thing was kiss speed. African women. In every country there was. I think it's only Nigeria that he did not have this.
Because Nigeria, that's.
I think it's because of. I think it's more of because the city he visited did not have this intimate cultural outrances like Botswana, South Africa.
Okay,
they took him to these. No, South Africa. He went deep into the cultural areas where he saw what in Passa.
He saw Zulu.
What is Passa?
So income one Passa.
Income shock.
Well, now guess what? He went to Ghana. I want us to see that picture again. This guy was just a happy man and he went to Ghana. How he started his stream was marvelous. See the young Speed, are you okay? Speed. Listen.
He's a finished man.
Speed, you are finished too.
He's a finished man.
Speed.
I didn't see his teeth. It's only when he went to South Africa, that's when I saw his pure dentation. He went to Botswana, I saw his pure dentation. He went to Ghana, I saw his pure dentation. And he went to Nigeria, I saw his new face. What do you want from me?
Okay, so but now he went to Ghana and he look at this young man. Speed, you are finished too.
Even yourself, if you reach Ghana and see this woman, why are you not going to be a finished man?
Why am I going to see a woman in Ghana?
What are you saying? The man you want to see.
I want a Ghana.
You want a Ghana?
I want a Ghana.
Ghana.
Well, I'm telling you that he just ended his tour and he said that he just came to Africa to show what Africa has and what Africa can, put up in the global space. And you know that the chief of his the highest guy in his bouncing team is a Ghanaian.
Okay.
So the guy was the one who told him to end his tour in Ghana. And then he has ended his tour in Ghana, his African tour. He said he's going to come back, he's going to be back again. He said that he's going to be back again. He's done, he's going to be back. Then Speed actually is somebody who he's very young and he understands what it means to do many things at the same time. Of course, because of Speed and all those streamers, many people have gone into streaming. NG, I'm wondering when you get into streaming.
I'm streaming with you now.
because it's going to be something that we may not have even seen coming, and at the end of the day, we're going to just put our minds to it.
See, one thing about life is that you just don't know one thing that will just shoot you up to the sky.
Right.
Because if everybody actually knows what one particular thing that can actually shoot him up, there won't be frequent,
Okay.
like toiling, trying to do one or two things repeatedly to, achieve something.
Okay.
But if you're not actually one thing that will actually shoot you to the top, you don't eventually need to, toil in one thing or just base yourself, limit yourself. Because I call it limitation.
Okay, you call it limitation. So that means you have to explore.
Explore.
You have to
but if I actually know one thing that will actually shoot me up to the sky and make me visible and global, I think I won't waste my time turning around.
So that means are you saying that
anything can just make you.
Wait, are you saying that man is limited?
This Aisha speed you are talking about, what gave him that publicity is just his quest to meet Ronaldo.
Okay, so his
quest. For people,
not just his quest to, not just his quest to meet Ronaldo. Of course, I can say I want to meet Obafemi Awolo. Sorry, Obafemi Martins. And no, see what I mean. Not just that brought him out. What else that brought him out should be also that he started something. Because not all streamers stream like him, and not all streamers have the same.
No.
And he's not even doing Twitch. He's doing YouTube. Him and Mr. Beast are like this. And Mr. Beast is the highest, most. I don't know how to explain it, but just search Mr. Beast on YouTube. He's the most one of the best streamers in the world. Not just best, but he focuses on content that brings people out, like I told you. So, but what do you think about this IShowSpeed game and how he's?
Okay,
what do you think he did for Africa as he came to Africa?
He actually somehow tried to lift Africa to the globe somehow.
Okay.
Trying to tell people around the world that, hey, Africa you are seeing actually today is comprised of so many talents.
I do get.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
But now, one thing about Africa is that they don't understand. I won't say all the African countries, but there are some people.
Will you call the names of African
were
countries?
selected individuals that
he had to meet.
You had the opportunity to meet IShowSpeed.
Okay.
And you know that definitely you have to be targeting high. Just like that, it's just like that man that claimed to be the strongest.
The strongest. I'm angry.
I'm angry. And I asked you, what is that one thing you actually need from me? IShowSpeed asked him, and he said he just needs $10,000. It's crazy.
That's like, what we call this terrorist moment, when someone just gives you an open check. What do you want from me? I will not even if it was my.
There was a day IShowSpeed was stopped. He wanted to meet Ronaldo. See, he was a streamer. He was not known. He wasn't known, like, when he started, So, but his quest to meet Ronaldo, he was stopped. When he's online, he'll be telling you, he was stopped countless times. But the mannerism in which he wants it, he goes desperate. This thing Pella is begging him, the way Pella is begging him, that was the way he was begging Ronaldo just to have a picture with Ronaldo.
A picture with Ronaldo.
Just
now,
a picture.
He has got.
Do you understand? He was pursuing someone he knows he has the global visibility. Ronaldo is the most followed man on sports range. Yeah. Now he knows that just one photograph with Ronaldo, my career has changed.
Your career. Do you
understand? So there are some things you actually just need to do with all these celebrities that will shoot your career. When you get that God-given opportunity, what do you use it for? You just use it for maybe to ask and beg for money. It's crazy.
Well, it's crazy now.
I tell people you just waste your God-given
do you think
time.
that when Pella met him, that time Pella was shouting, "Let us, even if it's 1 minute, let us." What do you think Pella would have offered to him? Pella was asking, "Let us collaborate together," because we're going into Pella's case now. What do you think Pella would have given or Pella would have done that would have made Pella special? Was Pella looking for the same? Was Pella going for the same thing he was going for? That's bringing Africa to the globe, or was Pella trying to just sell himself? Of course, these guys that he met in Nigeria, they sold themselves. Sorry. So, what do you think Pella would have? Is there anything Pella is contributing to the society?
Pella wanted to, Pella. Everybody has been saying Pella is one guy that is very selfish with his interest. Do you understand? When someone is selfish with it, he knows just himself. He wants to. So Bella was not even about I want to sell Africa and Nigeria as a whole to the globe. I just wanted my own. I just wanted to gain that popularity, and I wanted. So he felt that a bit time of IShowSpeed would have boosted his career, and he thought that maybe with my influence and maybe people who have talked to iShow about me as being maybe say regarded as the TikTok king and the rest. And he would have accepted. But he doesn't know that all of them are busy. Like I told you once, when two giants are fighting, it's the grass that suffers. It's just like VDM and Below that fighting.
It's the grass. It's the masses.
It's the masses that's suffering because you don't concern them. All of them wants to sell their market at the end of the day. So Speed knows that actually this guy is somebody because he will be seeing it is trending. It's not like his Pella trends not above Nigeria. So he will not say that his management not tell him that this guy is.
But Pella said something.
Yeah.
That was why Pella said something before that if Speed come to Nigeria, he will not even give him face. He said it.
Yeah.
And internet does not forget.
Yes.
And they have to play the video to him. And that's what happened. And did you notice since Speed came to Nigeria, all these streamers are not so loud on their streaming.
Yeah.
Just like Katefe and the rest of them. I think these guys are somewhere eating money because they are not going live again, except Shank, who's trying to disgrace his grandfather by just going opposite instructions that has been given to him. I don't like him. He's a great guy, but he is always trying to go outside the box, and it is always looking stupid. Because police at Pasagori Aka the other day and Savior, I carry him with that boy, then he would have been arrested.
I don't think I would say Shank is being stupid with his movement.
No, I'm not saying he's stupid. I'm just saying he looks stupid because that is what is needed. He is doing things outside the box. He looks stupid.
Do you know that thing you are doing? That's one principle about life. That thing you are doing outside the box is that thing that makes you. That captivating things that makes people want to and eager to know who this guy is and why is he actually being this way. They want to know more about you because if you are doing the regular thing which everybody does in this normal day, people will be like, it's normal now. What is there?
Okay.
But if you are doing something, it's just like we are in school environment. We are all students.
All right.
And you are all good children. I am the disobedient one. I will be more popular. Mm-hmm. People will be like, this girl, what's giving her the moral? I just want to know this guy and I want to know who is giving her that audacity. That's in see, let me tell you, life goes with your impetus to, conquer it and go extreme about it.
Okay, now let me bring you the story of Pella. Pella just got a new Benz. And Pella said that he got this Benz because that it is the dragging you people. He said it that I gotta put it out there that it's the dragging you people are dragging me that gave me this Benz. He said that since you guys are dragging me, so the dragging brought Benz to me. And I don't know, what do you think Pella is offering? And in other news, he said that he's not going to school again, or he can't stay 7 hours for what will not give him money. What do you think? Is that really going to affect?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you. If you master the controversy behind social media, you'll be catching up on it.
So let me cash out now. Master KG, tell me what it is on the social media so that I can be cashing out daily, because man, I need this cash, I need it dough. Let me just flex my people, because as a commission of enjoyment in my constituency, I do a lot of things. Now look at what Pella said. He said, congratulations. Leave that one. He said God is good. Now dragging, well, now drag me bring money. Oh, hey, look at what a human being is. Say, so that means if I drag people on social media, I looking like that is how, like, okay, let's talk about this song, that Momichi Nyerudoma song. That song, that song has actually also, that's the most streamed song we have in the Christian circle now.
I'm telling you.
So
cash it out.
So like, cash out. So it looks like if you drag people, they will cash out.
Because it generates most controversy, and your this thing is growing. People are trying to know more. It's just like I said, if you do things outside the normal stream, Jonathan, people are inquisitive to know what gave you that audacity.
Okay, now.
Is that team drum for you?
Now I want to do things that is outside what I'm doing now. What I want to do is
Are you ready to face the consequences?
I want to break dance. I want to do something that is outside what I'm doing. Maybe I should just talk upside down. Maybe I should talk up. No, please leave me. I want to do something very unique, because NG Socialite told me, she said that I need to do something that is outside the box. So that is what I'm thinking about now. So what can you please suggest to me? What can I do that is outside the box? Because the box are box to come. I want to come out of this box. But this box, and you know how we do it here on Aneke TV. We bring you the best of entertainment, just shut up for how it is going. And I want to be dragged. NG, I will drag you after this show so that you will blow.
One thing about it is that I will not say no to dragging.
So let's drag you.
Really, are dragging me. I'm trying to add AdSense to Google AdSense and some other things to my page so that as you're dragging me, I'm hitting the target. In fact, I'll come to your day and say, please now, why did you stop? Continue. Because I know it's money.
Hi. So when they drag you, it means that you are having you are having more visibility. That's why celebrities are.
But I don't want to have a negative one because
that's the problem now. Because
but although negativity pay is higher, but one thing is that once the consequences returns back,
Abi.
Can you be able to?
But what if all the dragons are rumors? Like the negative ones are even rumors and they are lies? Because that's the question we need to ask.
That's one thing all these celebrities face.
Okay.
And it's just that once you want to be a celebrity, just make up your mind for things because people will like to hear. You will be talked about. People will say things like, obviously. But anyway.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you. You guys are hearing the voice and seeing the face of the beautiful social lawyer. Beautiful social lawyer is an amazing woman, and she is not just a social lawyer, she is also the mental mechanic. I baptized her on Monday as the one who came with the red pepper. I called her red pepper and the mental mechanic because she has been dealing with issues here, and in this issue she's really saying the truth. And this is where we call it a day.
Bridge the curtain.
This is where we drag the curtain. Is it where we drag the curtain close, or where we drop the curtain close?
Anyone.
This is where we drag because we are trying to do things outside the box. This is where we dot through the curtain because now this curtain has been blocking me. I dot through the curtain now, and I'm gonna sign out, and I'm gonna tell you that you are amazing because you have watched us, and I hope you have been enlightened a little just the time that we've spent with you. See you same time, same station here on Aneke TV Entertainment. We'll be dealing with a lot of matters tomorrow. We're going to go in depth analysis about what is happening to celebrities and why we are not having a lot of songs as 2026 started. Are they cooking? What are they doing? And what are we expecting them to do? I will see you again, and when we see tomorrow same time, we're going to talk about it. For now, I am the Commissioner of Enjoyment, and I did this with the social lawyer. And social lawyer, you are welcome. Don't say thank you. You are welcome. You're welcome already. All right, have a wonderful afternoon. See you and bye.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Religious leaders in Enugu have called for spiritual renewal, unity and a return to God as preparations intensify for the forthcoming Igbo Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. The call was made during a joint news conference by prominent Christian clerics from various denominations who described the event as a sacred moment for healing, reflection and collective redirection for the Igbo people. Archbishop Sostenes Eze of Enugu Ecclesiastical Province and Bishop of Enugu North Diocese, Anglican Communion, said the Day of Adoration represents an opportunity for deep reflection, reconciliation and renewed faith in God's purpose. Archbishop Eze reflected on repeated ordeals faced by the Igbo people across the country, noting that survival in the face of adversity is itself evidence of divine favor.
Because of God's deliverance from the terrible civil war.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Thank you for joining us today on the Insights and Happy New Year. Before we proceed into the program proper, we apologize for rescheduling from the usual.
Need ad replacements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. And Aneke TV, move with the world.
You're welcome to another edition of our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. This is where we dissect topics that are making rounds in our country, Nigeria, and even internationally. And we also provide you with erudite guests who are knowledgeable and super analysts that can lend voice to these topics. Please just stay tuned. I have in the studio with me from my left is a popular face on this program, Comrade Ken Ofoma, the former Vice President of Nigerian Union of Journalists, is a public affairs analyst. You're welcome.
Thank you. My pleasure once again.
And on my right, I have Dr. Emmanuel Ago, public affairs commentator. He knows his onion in international and local issues, and to make sure that we dissect and, of course, interrogate issues of national importance. Emmanuel, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here.
Our topic, INEC and 2027 election. Comrade Ofoma, we know the Independent National Electoral Commission. We say it's independent, but some schools of thought have been querying how the management, that is the chairman of the Electoral Commission, is appointed. You know, some contend that appointing the chairman of the Electoral Commission by the president is not right, because the appointment, the chairman will always be guided by the man who appointed him, or in most circumstances. So, but I want to ask, comrade, is INEC truly independent in Nigeria?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I can say that they enjoy some level of independence. We cannot say that they are 100% independent. Reason being that, like you just pointed out, in terms of appointment, a lot of suggestions have gone through many sources, like the Mohammed Wise Electoral Reform Committee set up by late Yaradua, former president. Part of their recommendation was that an independent body be appointing electoral commissioners, including the national chairman. Like that, and of course other far-reaching recommendations, including compartmentalization of INEC into different bodies, group that will be decentralization, a group that should be in charge of party monitoring, registration, and what have you. Another one for purely election conduct, electoral conduct, and what have you. But he died, and he did. Those recommendations have not been incorporated into our electoral act. And so, but all the same, the appointment of the national chairman, we know that there are some national chairmen in the past that have proved their mettle, despite the fact that the sitting president appointed them or what have you. That you appointed them, some of them who know their onions, does not mean that you should dictate, to them. After the appointment, they usually make promises, assurances that they are going to deliver free, fair, credible election. And for people of that level, being a professor or having risen in the public service, or even in private sector, and then you find yourself as a commissioner or national chairman of INEC, I think the onus is on you to prove that you are what your integrity, you are what your antecedent, or whatever you are. I want people to see you for. That is, I think, part of the political challenge or problem we are having is the political class. They don't have the political will to undertake, wide, far-reaching electoral reforms that can lead to, better electoral law, because they are always afraid that such reforms may sweep them out of office, and so they are always hedging. Like now, each election will show new loopholes, but I must give it to INEC. Incrementally, they have been introducing technology, they are introducing measures to try to curb irregularities in election. But the politicians themselves will always find a shortcut or how to subvert the electoral law or electoral act. Currently, the National Assembly have been working on a new electoral act, but they have not been forthcoming to tidy up, do their harmonize. I think each house have passed it, but they are yet to do harmonize, to have one bill that will be sent to the president for assent. And the time is running out. And sometimes when we even pass it a few months to the general election, it may begin to send the wrong thing. Like what happened in 2019, the then president Buhari refused to sign it, saying that it is close to election. But after that, he signed it. But he signed the 2023 or 2022 electoral act. But having used that to conduct the 2023 general election, more loopholes were still discovered, which the current National Assembly say they are going to work on. Civil society organizations and all what have you, where many Nigerians have all made suggestions and asked what should be done to further clean up the electoral act, especially in the area of transmission of results. And what have you. So what is lacking majorly is the lack of political will by the political class to do the needful. We should also include appointment of electoral commissioners.
Okay, Dr. Ago, you had your colleague, the guests on our program, and the submissions he made. Let me see if you're going to, add something to INEC being independent. Is INEC truly independent as, the name portends?
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, I want to thank you for bringing up this topical issue. Our democracy is still evolving. And then once you come and see the type of government that is operational in a system, you will see that it has always been a product of incremental modification. Remember that Nigeria transited from cabinet system to presidential system 1979. And that constitution confers enormous powers on the president. Just like my colleague has pointed out, appointment does not necessarily mean dancing to the tune of the person that appointed you. The reason why you are appointed is based on track record. But we know that in Nigeria, sometimes, or in most cases, we have always seen that he who pays the piper dictates the tune. We have seen situations where INEC chairman has done things that are questionable, if not morally reprehensible, in terms of trying to carry out the wishes of the people. We all know that the election in every society is a critical exercise, because there is no way you can select leaders and representatives without election. But the person who sits as the umpire needs to exercise degree of freedom. Then coming to your question, I don't think we are there yet. We are still evolving. One may ask, after so many years of democracy, are we still evolving? Yes. In Igbo parlance, one will say, yes, we have to learn from our past. I think the previous election, we witnessed what happened. Yes, we don't want to go into details now, but we know that in the area of transmission, because so many people in Nigeria became interested, to the extent that most people even paid to get their PVCs. Then, at the end of it, we all witnessed what happened. Transmission of the result. I don't think INEC has attained that independent status.
I don't think INEC has attained that independent status.
Yes.
We are going to pause for a break, after which we will continue.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, when you use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Our guests are here, and we're still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV. Our topic is INEC and the 2027 election. Dr. Imago was saying, or he said, that that INEC hasn't gotten to that level of independence as it is called. But all the same, that they are still doing what they can to get to that level. Now, here we have the 2027 election oncoming. Margo, I'm still on you. 2027 election is approaching. At this stage, the National Assembly is still trying to put together a bill, in a way to possibly put to perfect, or in a way to perfect the existing laws, electoral laws. Yet, that has not been done, and the election is fast approaching. Then we also have um, registration of voters, continuous registration of voters. Is ongoing, and so many other things. Do you think that Aneke is on course for 2027 elections?
Well, to be very frank with you, I don't think that they are fully prepared. Because when you look at what happened during the last election, one would have imagined that those critical elements that played out would have been the first thing that they would have started addressing even before now. But we are few months away from the actual time of the election and nothing has happened. And mind you that if you look at the political environment, you will see a lot of things that are happening. And then one would say that we are moving towards having a one-party system where you don't see credible opposition. Because once you have opposition in any political environment, then you leave the candidates and the electorates, especially the electorates, with a whole lot of choices to make. But coming to participation, as it's coming from National Assembly, they are simply delaying. And, sometimes delaying and denial under these circumstances, I don't even know the difference. Do you understand? They are delaying. Because by now we should have all these things in place, especially what marred the effectiveness of the previous election, which is transmission, electronic transmission. Nothing has been said about it. And so many Nigerians are even saying that as long as we don't have that electronic transmission mentioned boldly, that they will not participate. Because what is the need for you to participate? So we have come to the age where some of these things should go electronically. But I don't want to use the word. I think it is deliberate. It is deliberate. And mind you that once you don't have credible election in any system, there is no way you can have meaningful progress. Because if you look at the definition of democracy, it is people, it's just people. So it is anthropocentric. There is nothing you do without people. At the same time, you don't allow people to come and freely choose who they want. So I have a very big question mark on the level of preparedness of INEC and also people that are going to help them. Even in terms of legislation that is going to help them do their job, we don't have it yet. That is my own submission on that.
Comrade Ofoma, you see the involvement or introduction of technology in the electoral system in Nigeria has been plagued with a lot of controversy. And of course, Dr. Imago just mentioned that one of the primary things that marred the belief in the integrity of the previous election, that is the 2023 election, was the non-uploading of the result from transmitting of the result from the polling units to IREV. And at the end of the day, the electoral chairman or the electoral commission claimed they had some problems along the line. And then today, we are not sure that there's going to be that.
we have not been assured that results are going to be uploaded into IREF. We have not been assured that we are going to employ more technology so that the electoral system will be technology driven in such a way that people will now see that their votes count. Because majority of the thing that makes people believe that votes don't count is the integrity of the election, which has been suspect.
Yes, technology has come to play a very big role in trying to conduct fair and credible elections. But we need to deepen it. It's as if, like I said, due to lack of political will, the political class appear not to be ready to go to the whole hall. We are just enabling at technology. We test this one. Remember when we tested card reader and say we can feel incident point. People abuse it. Then we say, okay, we now change to be that biometric verification relation model. Again, the major challenge is that it was not provided in the Nigerian constitution, or even made a law in the electoral act. It was seen as part of administrative things that INEC can introduce. It is not mandatory. So that's why people who felt that the process was manipulated, when they go to the tribunal, they lose because it is not mandatory. So that's what people are now saying. Why not make this thing mandatory? So that INEC will be compared where people vote or voted without passing through device. The option is there. You can cancel, or where there is where accreditation, we have more number of votes than the registered voters. The option is to cancel it and reschedule the election in the next 1 week, so that you determine the actual winner. And so all these things needed to be tidied up and made compulsory in the electoral act provided for. And because of what the INEC refers to as technical hitch during the 2022 election, we discovered that 3 elections were conducted in 1 day at the same time. When you want to vote, you are given 3 ballot papers: one for House of Reps, second one for Senate, third one for the President. That of when they are now transmitting the results to IRS, that of House of Reps, no issue. That of Senate, no issue. But that of the President, they say that is technical issue. Till today, Nigerians are saying that they don't even, INEC has not sufficiently explained what they mean by technical issue. Because, and that is why some parties are still laying claim that they won the election, and contrary to what INEC declared. So to remove such doubts and to increase the integrity and confidence in the electoral system, what is the confidence that will help many people who are apathetic about the election? That is why you see thousands of or millions of registered voters. At the end of the day, only about 40% will turn out to vote. So for us to cure that and increase the number of people that will come to vote, we need to make use of more technology and make it also compulsory as part of the electoral system. People are saying that even this continuous voter registration that INEC does is a waste of time. It even limits the number of voters. But not everybody will have money to go to the local government. Because INEC has even said now that they don't have enough resources to deploy the registration machine to all the wards, which means you have to go to the local government where they have only one machine to go and register. And in some places, the rural areas, you don't even have money to pay for transportation. And the distance is and people who are busy looking for what to do because of the hard time. So that means they are deliberately disenfranchising people, reducing the chances of people getting registered. But what people are now saying that because of the level of technology we have today, You don't need permanent voters. If they have all your biometrics, why not use fingerprint? Today, in the banks, if you go to some ATM, you don't need your card. You just use fingerprint. You get money. You don't even need to enter the banking hall. Today, even if you have your card, you can go to Sokoto and use them.